Through the journey of alchemical transformation, one walks the path towards the great mystery. Aloha, shifters, light guardians, dreamers within this beautiful holographic matrix. Thank you for joining in once again for another one of our Paradigm Shift Central Synergy Circle team podcasts. Today's topic, the spiritual wisdom of alchemy. So we're going to get right into this discussion. For those of you on YouTube, go ahead and drop an 1111 in the chat just to be able to confirm that you can hear us loud and clear. And as always, I am joined by some fellow amazing leading members here within the community. So fellow leading members, putting you guys up on panel view right now. Go ahead, gently unmute your microphones, make some noise, and send some love to all the amazing people tuned in. Thank you everyone so much. Make some noise.
Hi.
Sending those loving alchemical wizard vibes. Beautiful, awesome. Thank you again, everyone, so much for joining in as we get ready to be able to move into this discussion. For those of you who may be here for the first time, go ahead and drop a 333 in the comments. We're just going to do a quick little introduction, explain to you a little bit about how we got things set up here within this super awesome community. And then from there, we're going to get into a quick little meditation. And then from there, we'll get right into our discussion. So, hey, if you're listening to this in the future, if you've heard me explain it, you can skip forward by a few minutes. That's totally cool, and go right past into the discussion, whatever works for you. So my name is Brendon, aka Mystic Spider-Man, Skull Babylon. I've been creating conscious media for over 10 years. Over these 10 years, I started a little club in my college way back in today, back when I was exploring the alchemical mysteries and the esoteric arts and things like lucid dreaming and consciousness and metaphysics and psychedelics and all of those big questions, and with plenty of big answers to be able to explore as well. And over the years, this has continued to evolve from simply having meetings in my college to meetings at a yoga studio downtown in my city of London, Ontario, Canada, doing that every Friday for many years. And now here we are with the digital community, the global digital community, specifically being created to be able to help support fellow conscious media creators. And all the leading members that we have on here tonight, who I'll give a quick shout out to in a second, are fellow conscious media creators, many of who you will likely recognize. You're going to be like, oh, I follow them on TikTok. I've seen their videos in my FYP. How exciting. And here we are together as this super beautiful, awesome, amazing team. And again, we do these podcasts every Thursday live, 8 p.m. EST, 5 p.m. PST. And the intention here is to be able to practice having discussion, practice talking about the things that we don't always get a chance to talk about, and to be able to help direct our collective story towards awakening, towards personal transformation. And so that is why, even with tonight's topic of alchemy, we'll be talking a little bit about how this is something that is a great thing to start talking about and becoming more aware of right now for all of us, as we are literally going through this alchemical process of transformation, whether we are consciously aware of it or not. So this will help see things in a bigger picture. It will help shift the paradigm. You'll be listening to this broadcast, you'll be listening to this podcast even in the future, and you'll literally be able to like feel and hear consciousness of the collective expanding. You'll literally be able to be like, oh, like there it is. So literally just by us like talking here, by us like as a community coming together and practicing having these discussions, it's expanding consciousness as a collective. This is spirit coming through and practicing talking about this. So real quick, if you haven't already yet, check the links in the information for this video to be able to find the links to all the beautiful creators that we have here on the podcast that are featured as leading members here tonight, as well as links to our team chat, that's our Discord server, and also our Patreon. And when you join at the $11 level on Patreon, that's where you can join as what we refer to a leading member. And that's where you get to join on air for these team podcasts and be able to get help and additional support to be able to help support you as a conscious media creator, and to be able to join our collaborative work periods and get full access to the Discord chat. Lots of cool stuff. But even if you're just a fan of the work that we're doing here as a community, you can sign up for the Patreon at any contribution. And if you're thinking of signing up for the Patreon, go ahead and drop a 555 in the chat, and you can find the links for that all in the information below. And thank you, Patreon supporters. Thank you, everyone. You help make this broadcast possible. So with that said, other thing is follow Paradigm Shift Radio on Spotify. Leave your comments afterwards. And yeah, thank you so much for being here. And feel free to take notes while listening to this one. This one's going to get pretty deep. So just a quick shout out to the fellow creators that we have on air with us tonight. We've got, I'm just going to bring you guys up on screen as I'm just kind of saying your names. You guys can like wave. This is like the opening montage scene of everyone. So we got Chris, who is with us here tonight. You guys are going to recognize Chris from TikTok. So Chris, you can like wave to the camera or give a thumbs up if you want to do that. Beautiful. We've got Kat as well. Kat, you can recognize Kat as well, who's rocking the cat ears as well. well. We've got motivational speaker, aka David, with us tonight also. And we've got David, another David as well, Fit Soul Wizard, joining us tonight. And we've got Samantha. Again, many of you will probably recognize Samantha as well. We've got Kaci, and again, Kaci rocking it here 2 weeks in a row. And we've got Kristen as well. You'll recognize her. Kristen's like one of our like OG members, I guess, at this point. Kristen's like a veteran, I guess, compared to those who may be a little bit newer. And we've got Devin. Speaking of newer, Devin, one of our newer leading members. Devin, thank you so much for joining. And again, every single one of us are like TikTok creators. So if you've seen our FYPs, seen us on the FYPs, leave a comment. Be like, oh, I follow them. And again, make sure that we'll post the links down below. And we've got Gleb as well. Gleb rocking it for the second week in a row. Welcome back, Gleb. And we've got Mollie. Mollie, thank you so much for joining in once again. Beautiful. All right, team. So with that said, for those of you who are here, the leading members on air, please feel free to post your social media links into the chat. But again, be sure to check out afterwards. About like 20 hours after I go live, we'll update the information for the links. And there's also going to be additional show notes for things that we talk about as well. So Alchemy, let's get ready to talk about it. What is this about in short form? And then we'll get into our meditation. Alchemy is like, well, I guess that's what we're here to do. We're here to try and explain it, but without giving away too much of the vision just yet, alchemy is like an ancient esoteric art and discipline and study and science that kind of like maps out the transformation to be able to help awaken the consciousness within the body and soul, so to speak. Again, I'm like trying to be vague there as well, but that's a general thing. And you've probably heard of it. Like if you've heard of alchemy, even just go ahead and drop a 777 in the chat. I think pretty much everybody has at this point, but whether or not you're fully aware of it, that's exactly why we're here as a community, to be able to have these discussions, keeping in mind that there are people who are joining in who may be brand new to a lot of this stuff. They're like, yeah, I've heard of alchemy, but I have no freaking clue what it's about. So thank you again, everyone. Shout out to those of you who are tuned in. Bonus shout out to those of you who are tuned in, even with family as well. Shout out to those of you who are just like tuning in and making this a part of your routine. I know, like I literally know there's people tuning in with family right now. So shout out to everyone. All right, team, you're a part of the family. You're a part of the tribe. Let's begin with a little bit of a meditation. Thank you, everyone, so much. And then after that, we'll get right into it. I'll be talking for a little bit, and then we're going to pass over to Chris, and then we're going to keep the ball rolling from there. So thank you, everyone, again, so much. And for those of you in the YouTube chat, just keep adding your discussion, and thank you for being a part of the conversation. All right, if you're ready to meditate, drop an 1111. I want to get to one thing here, and a silly emoticon just for fun. All right, here we go, team. Thank you, everyone, again for being here. For those of you on TikTok or Instagram, go ahead and click the link in my profile, tune in on YouTube. When you are ready, go ahead and gently close your eyes. Find yourself a nice, comfortable position to be able to sit in if you haven't already. And as you listen to my voice, gently begin to bring awareness to your breath. Soft, gentle inhales and soft, gentle exhales. Just allowing yourself to naturally find the rhythm of your breath, the inhale meeting the exhale meeting the inhale. Just inviting yourself to be present for this next period here, to be able to join in the shared spaces community. Gently straighten up your spine, open up your chest, relax your face if you wish. And bringing awareness to your heart, bringing your awareness to gratitude for yourself for showing up, gratitude to this amazing community, gratitude to the message and the wisdom we are here to share and learn tonight. And in this moment, just imagining all of us sitting in a circle. You can imagine us outside, or you can imagine us even around a fireplace in this fall weather, around a little bonfire. You can imagine us inside a cozy yoga studio, wherever you choose. And take a moment here to look at all these beautiful faces and just see them, honor them, thank them, express your kindness and gratitude, thanking them and seeing them as a mirror of yourself. And just taking a moment here to breathe. I'm going to stop talking. Again, the intention of this little meditation to drop us into a shared heart resonance. Very, very, very powerful. So just allow yourself to feel in your heart. You can physically put your hands on your heart if you wish. Seeing these beautiful faces, this soul family, this tribe, this team. And as I stop talking, just take a few moments to be able to express from your heart gratitude to all the people who are tuned in, who are talking, who are part of this community. Go ahead and just take a moment to express that gratitude now. Speak with your heart. Gently continuing to breathe here, just taking one more moment. Just find one phrase for today, maybe even one phrase that's almost in theme with the theme of alchemy. One phrase that you want to say to everybody here. A phrase of gratitude, a phrase of kindness, a phrase of motivation, something to pump each other up. Go ahead and just find that phrase within your heart and just speak it to yourself now. Go ahead. Awesome. Taking one more look around the circle, gently bringing a smile to your face, feeling this energy. You can give yourself a hug if you want. You just kind of like feel that hugging energy. Later in the broadcast, we'll do like a group hug meditation. That's like a regular thing. But feel free to give yourself a hug. Never a wrong time to give yourself a hug when you feel it. And again, from here, just take another look around the circle, acknowledging all these beautiful people, feeling this excitement, and keeping this image within your mind as we move through this discussion here tonight, visualizing this image of us sitting in this circle, and gently, when you are ready, carrying this gratitude in your heart with you, carrying this excitement with you, gently bring your awareness back to your physical body. Slowly wiggle your toes, wiggle your fingers, and open your eyes and return your awareness to the space around you. Beautiful. Welcome back, everyone. And for those of you who are in the YouTube chat, please feel free, leave a comment in the chat. What was your message that you had for the group this week? And for those of you tuned in, they're like, this is, yeah, it's like kind of like a regular thing that we do. But again, it's just like a cool way to be able to share gratitude and to prime each other for the discussion that we're about to have. And again, just the intention of this space, this community. And so with that said, the spiritual wisdom of alchemy, let's get right into this discussion. What does this mean, the spiritual wisdom of alchemy? Again, as we move through this discussion, I remind each and every single one of us that this is practice. This is practice talking about things that we don't always get a chance to talk about. How often do you talk to your friends about alchemy? Some of you may have even seen my video on TikTok poking fun at the idea. It's like, okay, yeah, let's explain alchemy in a super like everyday way. Like it's something that you really kind of have to sit with. And so with this, you have to kind of be able to sit with and see it and lay it out on the table. So that's what we're going to do tonight. Between my knowledge and between what other people know, this is going to be a chance for us to be able to see what alchemy is in the classical sense, to see how it relates in the common age, to be able to like see the symbolism of it and to be able to acknowledge it even within our own lives. And so in a very simple way, I'll just explain this because this is what helped me understand. And then we're gonna pass over to Chris. But my intention here is just kind of like create some kind of base foundation before we kind of get further into this. So alchemy, the word alchemy literally translates to meaning al-Kemet, and Kemet refers to Egypt. So some of you have probably heard this term Kemet, Khemet. You've heard this word before in some ways. So again, Kemet or Kemet, Kem or Kemet usually refers to Egypt. So the word alchemy literally means from Egypt. So this is basically this idea that alchemy in itself is a collection of knowledge and wisdom that relates to this idea that on one level, it appears to be purely about the scientific and the material. It is about the relationship of different minerals and metals. On the allegorical level that most people are familiar with, they have this idea that an alchemist is someone who transforms lead into gold. However, the whole purpose of alchemy, to be able to help you understand it, is that alchemy is something that is meant to be seen on different levels. On the surface level, it appears to be more about just kind of like the matter and the science and something that takes place in a lab with beakers and chemistry and all this stuff. On the esoteric level, it's understanding this principle of as above, so below. And when you study the process of the relationship between metals, what happens is that you actually begin to map out a process that relates to a spiritual discipline that can be followed to be able to help awaken people's consciousness. So that for me is one of the best ways to be able to explain what alchemy is. It is literally a spiritual discipline, meaning there's a difference between just being aware what alchemy is and then consciously like bringing it into your life and becoming more aware of it. And that's the intention of this discussion, because right now with all the shifts and everything that we're going through, this discussion is a great way for us to become more familiar with something that is quite classical, something that is quite ingrained, something that is a part of who we are, and to be able to kind of like move it with us in towards this intention of intentionally transforming ourselves. So very simply put, this is what I'll just kind of say and just a couple other things, and then I'm going to pass over to Chris, but this idea is really, really huge. So if you really want to understand what alchemy is, I think it's actually very useful to look at the end objective. So the end objective is what we refer to as like the creation of the philosopher's stone. So we'll talk more about this. People have heard this idea to be like, okay, the philosopher's stone, like, oh, is that's a Harry Potter thing, right? But there's more to it, obviously. What the philosopher's stone is, it is a symbol or a metaphor for basically the building of the spiritual body is essentially what the philosopher's stone is. It is literally this process of awakening consciousness within us and moving through these different stages, which I'm going to explain in a bit. And through this process of what is, again, the stages, and I'll just mention them real quick here just to be able to help you become familiar with the names of them. The different stages are, again, relative to 7 different base minerals, and this is known as the transformation process. It is calcination, dissolution, separation, conjunction, fermentation, distillation, and coagulation. And even tonight, I actually want to be able to go through this so you'll actually understand what each of those are, because they refer to stages. But by the time you get to coagulation, it's basically this long story short of like you burn away the stuff that's not really you, and then you move things around, and then you separate things, and then you filter things, and then you bring things back together, and then you focus on things, and you crystallize things, and out of this it births the actual like the body of the soul. And so what this actually relates to is the idea that through alchemy is literally the idea that goes hand in hand with things like astral projection and lucid dreaming and even kind of like moving beyond the wheel of samsara and things like that. Through the process of alchemy, you can awaken your consciousness and you can like move on to other dimensions, is part of the idea behind this. So this is why alchemy is usually referred to as being the great work, is referred to as great mysteries, keys of great magic as well. So there's a couple other details that I'm not going to get into detail right now, but again, when you understand that the journey of alchemy is a roadmap or an instruction manual that is symbolically present through the interaction of metals, but also relatively applicable to the transformation of the human psychology, sociology, physiologically, and spiritually, that draws out a path of transformation that is consistent, as above, so below. When you study these transformations of these metals, you're actually studying the transformation of the soul within the body and the awakening of consciousness, going from like the sleeper to the awakened soul to like the where you literally build your soul. And this is where it gets even into more complex stuff, where it gets into a physical thing, where it actually talks about like a physical secretion in the brain out of the pineal gland. So this actually goes all the way up to the pineal gland. So before, if you want to like awaken your third eye and everything, this is actually like a path that leads you there. But this isn't just a path that you'll get just by listening to one video on YouTube or listening to one meditation or seeing one TikTok or anything like that, or doing psychedelics once or something. Like this is again, the path of alchemy is an ongoing path that is a spiritual discipline. So you can study alchemy, that's one thing, but then to apply it, it is something that will challenge you, it will shape you, it will mold you, it will craft you, it will refine you, and it will help you cultivate virtues and move you into like the best version of yourself, your higher self, your golden elf, so to speak. So if that makes sense so far, go ahead and do me a favor and drop some 777s in the chat. Even just Chris, give me a thumbs up if that's kind of like a fairly decent summary for you to kind of like build off of, for sure. So I'm just kind of looking over my, so again, the other thing I'll just mention real quick, just be able to give the full understanding. Again, within the process of alchemy, it relates to Thoth. Thoth was considered to be like the father of alchemy. And out of this, you also get what is basically the modern day science, the process of studying. The periodical element chart actually came from like the origins of alchemy and science. Thoth is also basically kind of like shows up in multiple times throughout history as Hermes and Hermes Trismegistus. He even relates to Merlin. And this is where tonight, well, I'm sure we'll talk about this, and this is what Chris is familiar with, the Hermetic principles. So this relates to this. Things that Hermes and Hermetica is about is also related to alchemy. And there's a lot of people throughout history that have been into alchemy, including like Isaac Newton and yeah, and so the other things, the 3 primes, we'll talk more about this later, are sulfur, mercury, and salt. Sulfur is kind of like the omnipresent spirit. Mercury is the connection between higher and lower, and salt is the base. So those are your kind of allegories. The four elements come into play: fire, water, earth, air. And then the metals, which correlate to planetary conjunctions: gold, sun; silver, moon; copper, Venus; iron, Mars; tin, Jupiter; Mercury; lead, Saturn. And then the transformation process, which I mentioned earlier, and I'll just mention it one last time, and then we'll pass over to Chris, because these are kind of, I'm saying these because these are phrases that you'll get familiar with and you'll actually understand it, and it's going to give you a roadmap. Transformation process, again, 7 steps. Calcination, that's when you burn things away. Distillation, that's when it's kind of more of the water and you kind of like move things around, and I'm just a simple explanation. It kind of gets more into like the flowy energy and stuff. Separation, this is where we kind of like separate ideas and paradigms that no longer serve us with ones that are more in alignment with our soul. Conjunction is kind of like bringing in like again, I don't know if I'm explaining this 100%, but it's more kind of like the awakening of the higher consciousness. And then fermentation is kind of like a continued step of that. And then like distillation is like the coming together again. See, this is where I'm not like, side note, I'm not an expert on this, I'm still learning, obviously. And then distillation and eventually coagulation, which eventually kind of gets into this idea that out of this, it like births the body of the spirit and the soul, which is something that we can kind of talk more about. But again, it ultimately awakens consciousness and awakens you to more of your potential as a real world spiritual superhero and a cosmic citizen, and someone who's going to help awaken the consciousness within others. Because at the end of the day, this podcast, it's here to encourage you to think for yourself and to encourage you to be the change that you wish to see in the world. So that's why we're talking about this, because this is about talking about a story of the alchemical journey that we are all on. Call it the hero's journey, call it what you will, but by the end of this podcast, we hope it awakens something inside of you, nurtures something inside of you that is continuously awakened, and helps accelerate the collective shift by just inviting more of us into perhaps the awareness and the discipline that correlates with the alchemical process and the intentional path of awakening our consciousness and awakening the consciousness of the collective. There, I've said enough. That's what Spirit wanted to come through. So thank you guys so much for allowing me to just like babble on there. I don't know, like it just happens. Okay, let's move into it. And for everybody here, I'd love to hear, we'll pass it to you and just kind of tell me what you feel people need to know about alchemy. This is a plan to kind of riff, speak from your heart. Eventually, I do kind of want to practice going through the transformation processes, and I got some more notes and we can kind of explain it, as well as, again, the 7 metals and the other stuff as well. Okay. Thank you everyone so much. We're going to pass it over to Chris. Chris, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us a bit about the spiritual wisdom of alchemy from your perspective. So welcome, Chris. Go right ahead, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. Namaste to everyone. The divine in me bows to the divine in all of you. One of the reasons why I actually use Namaste as one of my greetings is because it really can be connected to hermetics and to alchemy. The hermeticists and the alchemists, they like you Brendon just said, they live by this spiritual discipline. And there is so much more to the alchemaic arts than just the physical mixing of ingredients to create this like this like philosopher's stone. They actually live by 7 sacred principles that hermeticists believe the universe is like built off of, right? So now I've had many spiritual awakenings throughout the years. I learned about alchemy when I was 15 or 16 years old, and I was a practicing witch at that time. I was really just getting started with it, and one of the like basic prereqs of like witchcraft 101 is like learning about the multidimensionality of this universe, quantum physics, like how we can like influence timelines and realities and stuff like that. So I wanted to naturally like gobble everything up and like learn as much as I could. So I looked up like spiritual laws, stuff like that, and I learned all about Hermes and about Thoth and about his journey throughout like our space-time continuum and how he has influenced our esoteric knowledge. So from my knowledge, and like I said, like I always say, what resonates with you, take it or leave it, that's fine. So from my knowledge, Thoth actually was an Atlantean priest. Okay, and then when the Intergalactic Council terminated their experiment of Atlantis the last time, all of the priests of Atlantis that were incarnated from all different star systems went off into the different parts of the world to help the different civilizations that were not a part of Atlantis to spiritually evolve in whatever way possible. Okay, so what happened was Thoth went to Egypt, okay, and brought with him all of the knowledge of Atlantis. Mind you, if anyone knows about the law of one, because I'm always rattling about it, Ra, who is the planetary consciousness of Venus, who sits on the council, sits with Thoth, and Thoth and Ra were in Egypt together at the same time. Okay, they both went to the Egyptians to share with the Egyptians these spiritual laws about the universe to help us and our evolution of consciousness. But what happened was the Egyptians distorted their message, so they really weren't able to. Now, what happened was at that time, Greece and Italy and Greece and Egypt were in close communication. So now Thoth and his secret teachings were shared and spread on the low in Greece also. And now Thoth was renamed as Hermes, right? So what was going on in Egypt, schools of magical and mystical thought that were being that were popping up everywhere, and they were learning things like this. Okay, so when I talk about the Hermetic principles are found in two places that I'm aware of. Okay, the first one is the Emerald Tablets, and the Emerald Tablets are of ancient Egypt. Okay, now the same writings, the same descriptions are found in the Kabbalion, which is what I had my first experience with years ago when learning about alchemy. And so if anyone wants to go and learn about these principles and what the alchemists believe, go check out the Emerald Tablets or the Kabbalion. Okay, so let's see. Before I begin with the principles, Hermes has told us the secrets of the Sphinx. Hermes has brought to us the flower of life and sacred geometry. So the flower of life is the geometric pattern that encompasses all of creation. So Hermes and Thoth, we want to hear what he has to say, because he's been giving us some good stuff throughout time. Okay, so let's see, and he has brought to us information about our Merkaba fields and about the consciousness grid of Earth. Okay, so anyway, let's go back to the principles. In alchemy, right? Alchemy is about transmutation. Okay, the very most simple, basic summarization of alchemy is lead to gold. And that's at the physical material level. That lead represents a third dimensional, third density, 3D matrix consciousness asleep. Okay, that lead being transmuted into gold, that is 5D enlightenment. That is completely aligned, 5D realized in real life. So that's what they wanted. The alchemists, they wanted to transmute their beingness to that of Jesus or Buddha or a true 5D realized consciousness on Earth. Okay, so the 7 Hermetic principles, now the principles are just a distortion, just like every religion, every thought form, because there's no way to truly understand our universe. It's infinite forever. So the best we can do is find the blocks that make the most sense to us and roll with them. Okay, so the 7 Hermetic principles begin with the first one, and that is the law of mentalism. The law of mentalism talks about how we all exist within the divine mind of the Creator. Basically, how when you go to sleep at night and you have a dream and you see yourself in the dream and you see your parents in your dream and you see the friend in the dream, basically we're in the dream. But not only are we in the dream, we are the dreamer, and we are the houses, and we are the trees, and we are everything. That is basically it. There is no separation from God. That is the first law, the law of mentalism. Okay, so we're all in the divine mind. We are the creator and we are the creation. Okay, number 2 is the law of correspondence, and this is the most famous phrase that every esoteric, occult, secret tradition has, and that is the as above, so below, as within, so without, and I like to add as the universe, so the soul. And what the law of correspondence tells us is that we live in a multidimensional reality where there are multiple levels and layers and dimensions of beingness layered on top of one another. They're here, they're now, at this moment. The only difference is our level of vibration. That's the only reason why we can't access them. The level of vibration. That's it. Okay. So law of correspondence tells us that what happens above must happen below. So the patterns that we can see in space, the patterns that we can see in our microbiology, those patterns give us hints. We look to the top and to the bottom to understand what goes on here in the middle. Okay. The stars in the sky, the spirals of the galaxy have the same exact mathematical proportions as our helix DNA. Okay, the Dogon tribe in Africa, who were visited by aliens, who were told the orbits of Sirius A and Sirius B. When science checked out those orbits that were written on the cave wall, the orbits literally resembled a DNA helix of that we have inside of us, and those are the patterns that you look for. Okay, so when we talk about the law of correspondence, we're acknowledging the multidimensionality of this multiverse, of the fractalness. Okay, number 3 is the law of vibration. There is nothing still in this universe or multiverse. Nothing is still. Everything is at a certain vibration. We are literally in a consciousness matrix. Everything is vibrating. This water bottle is vibrating so fast that it appears as solid. Right? Time. Let's think of time. How is time measured, my friends? Time is measured from one point to another point, one still point. Now, what is still in this universe? Nothing is still. We are on an Earth that is spiraling around a sun, that is spiraling around a galaxy that is spiraling. That's at the macro. At the micro, we think of our biologies. Think of like atoms. It's all moving. Everything is moving. Time is not real, right? So that's the law of vibration. Okay, the macro is the micro, and the micro is the macro. Okay, let me see. And again, the only difference is between our realities is just our varying vibrational levels. Okay, number 4 is the law of polarity. I think they're all really important spiritual laws, but I think that the law of polarity is so very important because, as we all know, we're here in this incarnation to learn our lessons, right? The lessons in a third dimensional or in a third density lifetime is to experience polarity. In the 1D life, in the 2D life, our souls do not experience polarity yet. In the 2D, we're still like a plant. We're still like an animal. Okay, so as we journey, we learn, okay, now it's time to go out to eat. Now it's time to go for a walk. So we start becoming aware. We respond to our environment, but you still don't know you're a dog. In the 3D, that's the first time our souls experience awareness of the self. But what happens is the ego takes over and we think that we're separate, but we're not. Okay. In the third density, what happens is we experience polarity for the first time. Polarity, the law of polarity speaks about how there are two sides to the same coin. Both sides are opposites. They both represent different things, but at the base of it all, it is the same coin. It is the same energy. Okay, so in the 3D, we experience polarity for the first time, equal good and equal bad. And from that point, it's up to our souls to choose. Okay, so being aware that we live in a polarizing multiverse and a polarizing dimension or density is very important, especially when people ask you all, because I know people ask me all the time. They're like, well, when I call out to an angel, when I call out to my departed loved one, how do I know I'm not going to call an entity? Because when you're aligning your vibrations high, when you're vibrating high, you are incompatible with an entity. You understand what I'm saying? Because that entity is polarized to a negative degree. You're incompatible. Okay, when people say that the Fae, that the Fae are all bad, okay, we know the Fae are their own peeps. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, they exist within our space time dimension, whatever, and they are polarized as well. Equal good, equal bad. It depends on where you are to meet them. Okay, the fifth hermetic principle is the law of rhythm. Okay, there is a natural ebb and flow to all of creation within all things. Okay, we look at the moon phases, we look at the life cycle, we look at the Earth's rotation and orbits around the sun. All of creation, our souls, they follow a progression of consciousness and evolution. Okay, the law of correspondence says, as above, so below. So if the plants are going through a cycle, if the seasons are going through a cycle, if the earth is going through a cycle, right? As above, so below. And that's what the hermetic principles are. They all build off of one another, right? And then all the way to the physicality part of it, where they're literally making an elixir of life, where they're literally like really trying to really align their physical body with that. Okay, number 6 is the law of cause and effect. So that means that every cause has an effect, every effect has a cause. Okay, so what the law of cause and effect teaches us is to say, because we know every cause has an effect and vice versa, we now have the power to become the cause instead of the effect of someone else or something else. We can be that cause. Okay, and what happens is another thing that like law of cause and effect teaches us is that there are many layers and levels of causation. So, for example, we live in a multidimensional reality, a multidimensional world. So, if I wake up in the morning and I stub my toe, I could stub my toe because maybe I wasn't paying attention. Or maybe I stubbed my toe because when I was going to sleep the night before, I was just talking on the phone saying, oh, yeah, I'm so clumsy. I always fall, right? That could be a layer of causation that could trigger me to hit my toe. Self-fulfilling prophecy, multiverse. I spoke it into existence, right? So there are multiple layers and levels of causation. And then finally, the very last hermetic principle is number 7, the law of gender. So that means that gender manifests in all of creation. Now, the thing is this is my personal opinion. Okay, so I want to make that very clear because if anyone disagrees, that's on you. That's fine. I still love you anyway. So the archetypal mind is how we as humans interact with the all that is. In non-duality, there is no colors or shapes. There just is. It's just energy. It's just energy at the very core. Okay, so when energy manifests in all things, we connect with energy in the way that it's best for us and easiest for us to relate. So for us, in our octave, we experience the archetype of energy at the base as a split of male and female. For what that means of us as humans, that split is how you give and how you receive your energies. Now, in other octaves, it may be different, you know what I'm saying? But because that's how we archetype our energy, that's why I feel that it manifests in gender. Whereas, let's say if I was a dog, maybe it manifests in something else. If I was a leaf, maybe it manifests in something else. I don't know. I don't have all the answers. That's just my thing. Almost done, peeps. It's 2:00 here. They're almost 3:00 here in Spain, so I just want to get this done. Okay, this is like the last like important thing I want to say. Okay, so physical alchemy can be likened to an experienced Wiccan or witch working with the appropriate day, color, moon, candle correspondences for a complex work. So, for example, let's say I'm a witch, right? And it's the full moon. I want to do a love spell. So I'm going to get me a pink candle. I'm going to get me rose quartz. I'm going to get me an apple and cinnamon, all love correspondences that will add energy and power to my working, right? So what alchemists are doing is that on a much higher, more insane level, because what the alchemists are doing, they are experienced magical practitioners working with intelligent infinity, aka God energy, that is everything, from a different awareness. Alchemists want to become 5D aligned, whereas like maybe a witch might still be calling out to the archetypal mind, might still be calling out to like Aphrodite for love. Meanwhile, an alchemist would be calling out to the universe. You feels? And what I mean, so in the same way, a witch is going to get the correspondences for that working. That's why the alchemist has the lead to the philosopher's stone. Those metals, think about that. The elements is like as above. Okay, the metals are the elements as in below, right? And then think about the law of correspondence. There are 7 chakras. There are 7 auric fields. There are 7 metals we're using. There are 7 heavens, 7 hermetic principles, right? As above, so below, law of correspondence. We look for these things. Okay. So that's really let me think. I think this might be the very last. I just want to make sure I say everything. Okay. Okay, guys. I think you're in luck. I think that might have been done. I think that might have been it. Okay.
I can ask you a question just to be able to close things off, unless you got something else there.
Okay, I just want to say one last thing. It's like one sentence. Okay, maybe it's not one sentence, but still. Okay, alchemists have much symbolism within and of opposites, of like polarity and opposites, of like yin and yang and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, no matter how they express their opposites, masculine and feminine, yin and yang, light and dark, no matter how they express those opposites, at the end of the day, they always connect it with coming together of oneness, because all laws are but a distortion of the one true law, the law of one, that we are all one singularity, expressed in an infinite number of ways. That's it. I'm done.
Cool, man. Yeah, and maybe that almost is kind of a conclusion and an answer in itself. I was just going to be able to, first of all, thank you for just giving us like, if you guys didn't realize it, that was like a semester's worth of information just delivered to us in like less than 10 minutes, however long that took from Chris. So Chris, because I know you had to leave early, and again, just for the years that you've spent studying that, for you to be able to practice delivering it, you did a great job. So thank you, dude, for sharing that. And so again, what Chris was explaining there, again, the alchemy in itself is kind of like one part of a bigger teaching, which is related to hermeticism. And then within hermeticism, it's still this bigger, like, again, it's almost like, again, like an instruction manual for reality on a very kind of like metaphysical, esoteric level. So that's where Chris getting into the hermetic principles, that in itself is really valuable, which will help us just be able to see through that lens, and we'll kind of reroute back into the alchemical transformation process as well, which all of the alchemical transformation process directly relates to the principles themselves. Like all the principles, like that's how the alchemical process helps. So that's like a little bonus there that's going to help us as we kind of, we'll shift gears a little bit, but that in itself is awesome information for everyone to just be able to be more aware of. And again, for them to be able to do their own research and just kind of explore it more and study up on it and start to understand it. And again, begin seeing it in the world around you. So Chris, I'll just wrap it up here. Again, with this information, how do you feel this information is valuable right now to the collective shift in consciousness? Like even us just having this talk, why is this important in just even like a short form for people to keep this in their mind and just be able to, start thinking with this idea at hand?
The best and most easiest or fastest way that you can get to the understanding of oneness, of that, like we're all one, or the best and most fastest, easiest way that you can live in your truest, most authentic love and light, even if you never realize we're one, even if you never fucking know we're one, as long as you can get to the place where you can live in your authentic love and light, being the best version of you, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. You know what I'm saying? So that's, I just, we need to, our society needs to learn the lessons of unity, and this is one way, that one distortion of being able to share it. That's it.
Awesome. Chris, thank you so much, dude. We'll let you get some good sleep, and thank you for showing up and doing the work with us here tonight. Any closing words, or just let people know they can find you, etc., etc.? We'll post the links into the show notes as well. And thank you again, brother.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for having me. I'm so sorry I rattled, guys. Like I want you guys to know, like, I feel so passionately. This is all the notes. Like I literally went through all my like stuff and picked out the most important stuff just because I wanted to share. I have a Spiritual Laws 101 series where I go over all 7 hermetic principles, and I have a Spiritual Laws 102 series where I talk about the law of one, which is like the biggest one. So if you guys want to go check that out, my TikTok is @thechriscalone, and my Instagram is @thechriscalone97. Namaste. The divine in me bows to the divine in all of you. Thank you all for having me. I wish you all the best. Mwah.
Awesome. Safe travels, Chris, and thank you again, brother. Much love.
Always.
Beautiful. All right, so again, we'll post a link for Chris into the YouTube chat just live in this moment, but you can find it as well afterwards, plus all the other creators in the YouTube info. So moving along here, again, I just wanted to be able to check in. because Mollie, you were willing to go second. Is there anybody else here that either like has to leave earlier, or is just like, okay, I feel like I really need to go? Otherwise, we can pass it over to Mollie and David. Yeah, okay, David, are you? Can we? Because if we can pass over to you and then pass over to Mollie, is that okay with you, Mollie? We do that? Okay, cool. Because David, again, I know you kind of probably have some things to say after what Chris said as well, based on things that you've learned and researched over the years. So, David, passing over to you, dude. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us a bit about the spiritual wisdom of alchemy from your perspective. Go right ahead, dude.
Hi, everyone. I am David, aka Motivational Speaker on Instagram and TikTok. Mostly TikTok. I don't know why I just said Instagram. All right, let's get into it. That was a really dope explanation. You really did the hits. I really appreciated that. So that was a great setup for what I wanted to talk about. First, let's see, what interests me first? Yeah, I think the alchemical process that Brendon was talking about earlier does map onto the 7 classical planets and the 7 chakras. So if that process seemed a little strange to you and you were like, distillation, calcination, literally you could pretty much lift it and go like 1 through 7 on your chakras, on the 7 chakra system, that is. And it'll be a pretty helpful way to understand that. But alchemy, man, it's a really great intro to understanding the language of symbols and how symbols are another way of sort of understanding the way things works. One of the things that Chris mentioned was this principle of correspondence, as above, so below. And as that sort of manifests on the symbolic level is we have all these symbols. I'm trying to think of a way to explain this to you. So yeah, the alchemical symbols that they were using always had multiple meanings. It's not a mistake this came out of Egypt where they use hieroglyphs, where if the hieroglyph didn't express something like 4 meanings, or something didn't express like 4 meanings, it wasn't worth really communicating or like drawing into a hieroglyph. So the alchemical symbols are all like, I don't know if y'all can see this, but there are just so many. This thing is riddled with just symbolic and meaning. And a lot of the alchemists would sit and just stare at these mandalas and meditate on them for hours, and they would have universal truths being conveyed. So when you're looking at a little, like a baby, this is a little baby in here, when you're looking at something like that, it's not just talking about a baby. And part of your awakening, part of coming into the awareness of consciousness from a different plane of understanding, is understanding that our world is symbolic and there are symbols everywhere, and everything isn't just going to be kind of literal and on the base level. I'd say one of the biggest challenges that we have right now as a society is an over identification with form, or the outsides of things, right? What things appear to be on the surface. And alchemists actually really exploited this by writing their systems in like words that seem literal, like salt, sulfur. They demand that you be awakened to the truth that things aren't just what you see on the surface. They demand that you go deeper in order to have a truer understanding of what this is. And it's a really powerful thing. Obviously, there were also other reasons, persecution and stuff. But just to even begin to have this sort of understanding, to even like get in the door for alchemy, right? You got to understand that we're not talking about just, salts and sulfur and stuff, or, they had some weird names like, gosh, oh man, there's so many weird names for everything, and they're great. But all right, that was the first thing. Next thing, so I'm going to do something really fun that I wasn't called to do until Chris started speaking, but then I got like super hyped. So first I want to talk about this little book called The Kabbalion. And it talks about all those hermetic principles that Chris is talking about. They're all in here. If you would like to check that out, I would recommend checking it out. It's a really good book. And it has all those principles, as well as they expound upon them as well. That's not what I want to talk to you about, though. What I want to talk to you about is this little symbol right here. This is a symbolic representation of the Philosopher's Stone. Now, the Philosopher's Stone is a symbolic representation of essentially sort of how the entire universe sort of works, right? It in it it holds all these massively dope symbols. So just a real quick summary: the outer circle is going to represent the all, the mind, the source energy, right? Now, source manifests, right, in the material world, which is going to be our triangle. Now, the triangle is an archetypal first shape, right? It's our most stable shape. So people use that symbolically to represent the material world that we exist within right now. There's a lot of really dope things about the triangle, and we'll get to that in a second. Within that triangle, though, is the square, which is a next archetypal thing. If you think about it, the triangle is the next step sort of in that manifestation of the universe, which would be the manifestation of form. So the square is going to give you the form. And within that square, so you could think of yourself as a square, mind you. I think that's important to say. The square is the form. And within that square is another circle, right? Now that is going to take us right into the principle of correspondence, which is to say, as above, so below, as within, so without, which is to say, if you are the square and there's this circle, which symbolizes spirit within you, that circle is the same as the circle on the outside, or rather it's a reflection of that. It's a piece of that circle on the outside. Shout out to Samantha's video this week, right? It's a fractal. And understanding that, beginning to know that all of these things work simultaneously is a part of the process of alchemy. And so this is the Philosopher's Stone. And when we know ourselves, we know that we are spirit inside a body on the material plane, which is manifested by spirit. It begins to open you up in really powerful ways. So I'm going to forget that. We're going to use those symbols though, and some alchemy, and I'm going to take you through an idea that combines alchemical symbolism with Judeo-Christian philosophy. So this is a lot of fun. I'm very excited about it. So if you can see this triangle again, we're back in the triangle, and I took away a lot of the other symbols because they can get confusing. But we'll just say the triangle is going to be a representation of you this time, right? The material world of you.
David, just move it back just a little bit so it fits in the frame more. Yeah, that's good.
Cool. All right, so this is going to be your material world, and within that is going to be that sort of spark of divinity that's connected to that big circle, remember? So in Judeo-Christian philosophy, the name of their God is I Am, or Jehovah, which means I am that I am. So I'll just throw that. I want you to think of the I amness, this thing, as your, when you come into the present moment, when you are being in a state of being, that is what you're touching, right? You are just being. And I know the word being can be a little confusing, so I'm going to use some alchemical symbols to explain that to you. So it is I am that. The I am expresses itself as form. You want to think about the I am pushing its way out, or rather manifesting form. This triangle is manifested from the I amness. You mirror this process within your life. So the name of God in the Bible is I am that I am. So here, the that is going to be these corners of the triangle. See, I am is this. It manifests as that, which is the material world on the outside. And then as it knows itself to be the material world and expands out here, it returns back to itself and knows itself to be I am again. I am that I am. Now, in this material world, the elements that we're going to be taking a look at are salt, mercury, and sulfur. Now, salt is going to be indicative for this example of your path.
David, just as you keep going, just keep in mind that people will be listening only to the audio version. So if you want to visually explain what you got at any point,
right.
Keep that in mind. Yeah.
That. Okay, so right now we do have a triangle. It's a triangle with a circle in it, and the salt is in the bottom I guess, right-hand corner. Mercury's in the bottom left-hand corner, and sulfur's at the top. But for the purposes of this, I want you to understand that salt is going to represent your earth element. Earth is going to be things that are, solid, stagnant, whatever. It also represents your past, right? So salt is going to correspond to your past. Mercury is going to correspond to your future, because Mercury is going to be it moves. It's always ever changing. We're not really sure what it's going to be. It can be solid, it can be a liquid, right? Mercury is your future, is in constant flux, constant motion. Sulfur is the spirit or the present, and the sulfur is going to represent, like, kind of, it's an all-encompassing thing that will include both your past and future, or the salt and mercury elements of that. So what I want you, and I know that seems a little complicated, but we're gonna get back to that. So what happens is, when we come into the present moment, right? What happens is, what we do in our life, rather, is we forget that we start here in the I am, and we become fully identified with the material world. So we become fully identified as salt. We think almost exclusively as salt. You think about your life, you're like, I am my past. How many of you have said, oh, my past is this and it's who I am? So you have taken the name that we're using of God, I am that I am, and you stopped at the that. It's an identification as the form. So you say, I am that, and you forget the last part, and you only identify as your past. Now that we know people that also only identify as their future, and we're going to the other side of the triangle, and that's going to be our Mercury, and it's, once again, I am that. You're stuck right there. And what happens when we are stuck in our past and our future, right? We experience anxiety. So much of our anxiety is because you haven't come back to know your true self, the I amness. If you only woke up and you just knew yourself to be this triangle without knowing this I amness, which is pure bliss consciousness, right? Just a divine state that is within you, that is accessible to you all the time. If you think you're just a triangle, that's like thinking that I am my job. I am, my ethnicity, I am my sex, I am my, I am things that exist within the material world. You only know yourself in relation to the material world. So when we are stuck in that, in our past, or stuck in our future, we experience anxiety. Now, an interesting thing happens when we become so disillusioned with our past and our future, our present begins to make less sense, which is going to be at the top of the triangle and include both of them. And when your present doesn't make sense, we experience depression, right? Because now our past and our future are insane. They don't make any sense to us. We're completely just lost within that. And now when you return into the present, and when you look around and your present has lost all meaning, when all you are is attached to the forms of your life, we experience depression. So the I am is the real trip back. So I am that I am. When we know ourselves to be the I am, the moment, presence, being here now, we return to that through things like meditation, through things like presence and mindfulness. And we begin to see, oh, the material world out here, the big triangle, that's not who I really am. In fact, this is going to be kind of a law of mentalism, I am actually the circle on the inside. When you start to understand that you're actually both of these things, but the circle creates the triangle, not the other way around. I am, your mind, the state of the mental mind of God creates the manifest world. And in doing this, when we go, I am in a state of presence, out into the material world, and not even just from a state of presence, but from what you would like to create in this world, right? This is manifestation. When we know ourselves, when we have a desire and we want that desire expressed from this I am state, it's not going to be created from lack, because that's what happens, right? When we forget that we are the I amness, we create from a state of lack or evil. And from that lacking state, we that is why when we that's why we experience the anxieties and the depressions, is because we forget that the I amness in the center of us contains no lack. So when we really touch this thing, and we start creating our desires from the state of knowing, the state of abundance and not lack, well, now the things that you create now, when you go back into your past, right, and you know yourself to be abundant, when we check back in on that sulfur in the past, well, now your past starts to change, right? Because when you know yourself to be abundant, your past was there to fuel that. So when I go, I am that, oh, my past, and I come back, I am, right? It's now we're working from a state of abundance. When we start to manifest our future, what do I want for my future now? Well, I'm not going to create my future from lack. I'm going to create it from the I amness that is within me. That is the same as that big circle I amness out there. And those are the things I'm going to create for my future. And as I create them, I'm going to come back and I'm going to sit here in the I am, because that's the present moment. That's where all your power is. And once again, we go into the present. We'll check in with the present, being fully present at the top of the triangle. But we have to come back down and know ourselves to be an I am, to be as I am. And this is the state of this, when we know ourselves to be this and we begin to create our life from there, but not becoming attached to the future, not becoming attached to our past, not becoming attached to our present. When we relinquish those attachments, come back into the I amness, sit in the moment in the state of being, well now we're cooking. Like that is the beginnings of sort of sitting in the Philosopher's Stone, which is, I think, one of the coolest things ever. And it also combines alchemy and Christians, and manifestation, which is dope. That's pretty much it. I think that's probably enough to go on. I did want to give you a little love though from something that I enjoy. And one of the tenets of alchemical symbolism is the Emerald Tablet of Thoth. And the Emerald Tablet is this great, like, poetic, sort of, for all intents and purposes, master key to the universe. So I just want to recite it for you real quick because it's one of my favorite things. And it goes, in truth, certain and most veritable, that which is below corresponds to that which is above, and that which is above corresponds to that which is below, to accomplish the miracles of the one thing. And just as all things have come from this one thing, through the meditation of one mind, so do all created things originate from this one thing through transformation. Its father is the sun, its mother is the moon, the wind carries it in its belly, its nurse is the earth. It is the origin of all, the consecration of the universe. Its inherent strength is perfected when it is turned into earth. Separate the earth from the fire, the subtle from the gross, gently and with great ingenuity. It rises from earth to heaven and descends again to earth, thereby combining within itself the power of both the above and the below. In this way was the universe created. From this comes many wondrous applications, because this is the pattern. Therefore I am called thrice greatest Hermes, having all three parts of wisdom herein. I have completely explained the operation of the sun. That's it. Isaac Newton was an alchemist. Thank you.
Awesome. David, thank you so much, dude, for sharing your wisdom and just for being able to give people, again, just like the value of that knowledge. And I think for some of us, it might be something where if you need to, go back and listen to it twice. Like a lot of the stuff related to alchemy is going to be something where the first time you hear it, you might just be like it can be hard to digest and to integrate. So it is something that you would want to kind of go back to, listen again. And over time, if you keep returning to this, it will start to kind of like begin to reveal how it just kind of creates this new picture of seeing the world. So David, thank you again, man. And if you're able to stick around, I would love to be able to get your insight on just some other stuff a little bit later on, even just some details related to like the 7 metals and like their planetary conjunctions. And if you're a little bit aware of that, and even just like the transformation process, like with like the calcination and dissolution and stuff. Is that stuff like, are you like, have you read, is that stuff you're kind of familiar with, like to a degree?
I can talk about the process of alchemy, calcination,
Yeah, like
dissolution.
all that. Yeah, okay. We'll go through that a little bit later because that's going to be something to dive into. But I do want to be able to just continue passing and talking, stick around here, and we'll continue to just invite more people to, again, just be able to share from their perspective what is the spiritual wisdom of alchemy. There is the 7 metals that I do want to be able to mention, but we'll do that after the next speaker, and that's again where it's really interesting though. This is why I want to be able to share it. So there's like the 7 metals, they correlate with the 7 planets, and then each one of those actually correlates to like different aspects of our nature and our reality and even our body as well. So different things kind of they influence different aspects of reality. So together, that's how things kind of, they're like gears moving in this bigger metaphysical clockwork. So once we explain that, you'll be able to kind of see things through that lens. So, okay, cool. David, was there anything else you even just kind of let people know they can find you? I think we already got that figured out. Motivational speaker on mostly on TikTok and on Instagram as well. So, but nonetheless, thank you, David, so much. And again, for everybody here, be sure to check out more with David and even send them a DM and be like, hey, I saw you on that podcast. That was awesome. So, cool. Okay, let's keep moving around and just checking in. Mollie, if you would like to go next, just go ahead and give us a thumbs up. And who would like to go after Mollie? Go ahead and just put a hand up, even if anybody needs to head out early. Sam, we'll pass over to Sam next. And then does anybody want to volunteer ahead of time to go after Sam? Again, just kind of based on how people are, we'll pass over to Kristen. Yeah, and then, okay, and then Devin, we'll go after Kristen as well. Because again, straight up, the reason why I wanted to be able to do this topic is alchemy has been one of those topics where I've studied it almost at different periods in my life, and I feel like it's one of those things where like I'll study it, I'll learn it, and then I almost kind of like forget it, and then I have to kind of go back and kind of like relearn aspects of it, and then even as I'm relearning it, I'm actually starting to see it in new ways, I'm integrating it in new ways, it makes sense to me in new ways. So that's where for me, with these shift in consciousness, with us building as a team, with us moving forward on this story of self-actualization and becoming the best versions of ourselves, that's where leading from the past episode, which again was spiritual wisdom of shadow, before that we had hollow earth, before that we had fairy lore. This is again kind of like bringing with it this knowledge of approaching the journey of transformation from a new perspective, approaching challenges from a new perspective with an open heart, bringing in that magic of the heart center. And as Chris was saying, and I'll just say this and then we'll pass over to Mollie, there is that fascinating aspect of the idea of, can we actually, in some shifty version of paradigm of history, some paradigm shifting version of history, can we actually kind of like begin to see this and be like, oh, this is actually not just knowledge from Egypt, this is actually knowledge from like hollow earth civilizations that have migrated onto the surface, stuff that we talked about way back, which may or may not be real. That's the thing, I don't know for certain, but when I feel into my intuition, I'm like, yo, this is like, regardless of whether it is or it isn't, the fact is this is like primordial knowledge. This is like knowledge at like the very like base level of reality. So when you can study this, it can really help you see a bigger picture. And again, I think this is something that it wouldn't surprise me if it came from inner earth civilizations such as like the descendants of Atlantis and Lemuria and other places within hollow earth, and maybe the Palladians have something to do with it. I don't know, we'll see. Keep thinking for yourself, keep asking questions, and keep your mind and heart open as we continue to explore this together. And we'll pass it over to Mollie next. Thank you, Ken. If you guys are having fun, just drop those 1111s in the chat. And with that said, Mollie, passing it over to you. Please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about the spiritual wisdom of alchemy from your perspective. Welcome back, Mollie. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Mollie Gibson. I am very, very, very new to all of this knowledge in this current lifetime. So while this is the first time I'm hearing most of this, so much of what I have gained from this community is kind of the affirmation of things that feel innate to my being. I have not much of a social media presence in our current world, but I had a realization just as we were getting started that the first experience I had creating conscious media was when I was 9 years old. And I had the privilege of being in a documentary that focused on a classroom full of children who had watched uh, the World Trade Center attacks. So we had seen it through our window, and even just now, after what David just spoke on about symbolism, I mean, I am in this season of life, in this newer awakening. Um, I'm seeing symbolism all over the place in my life. So windows are one of them, and symbolism often leads you on a tangent, which is what that was. But anyway, um, all of this is connected, and I'm realizing that I'm struggling to say my story, and that's such a part of the salt. That's such a part of being human. But the reason that we are here today, right now, in this wild, wild world we're living in, which kind of feels so separate from all of the beyond worldly knowledge that was just dropped on us. So I'm like, I'm trying to digest all of that. And also, it's like shuffling into my understanding of existence and my own life journey in a really kind of mind blowing way. I would almost love to have like the guidance of some of the like the seven prompts, because I can see my own story fitting into much of what was shared. Um, my apologies. I'm like totally like having a tongue-tied moment, which is so rare for me considering I talk to myself all the time. I talk to myself all the time because we live by ourselves most of the time these days. And I recognize that as humans, there is a mental health crisis that's happening. We are lonelier than ever in a world that is so divisive. And I'm just going to like bring it back to like today in 2020 for a second in a way that I hope will bring some kind of comfort and peace to the collective. Um, I think what I'm going to do is like turn the thing so I don't see myself. So I'm going to like look this way and pretend I'm talking to myself. I had like pulled some tarot cards while David was speaking, and they were really interesting because I have recently discovered that art is a way that I can connect with source and kind of get a lot of validation for things that have happened in my life. So going back to this documentary and the first time I was a conscious creator, thank you. Thank you for that. I'm hesitating because I have re-traumatized myself telling this story, but I've never had a community that is supportive like this. So this is so new.
Take your time, Mollie. If you want to just take a few breaths, by all means, and sending you good vibes. And yeah, like sharing this in the context of alchemy, like this is like a story of something that obviously transformed you. And because we were talking even a little bit before about you kind of like realizing that like you're realizing, seeing the alchemist within yourself. So yeah.
That's a great, thank you. That's a great kind of tether point. So a little bit about myself. I said that I don't have much of a social media presence. What fun I would be on TikTok, but I watch a lot of TikTok, and that's how I found all of you. And truthfully, I do make a lot of videos, but they were for my preschool students. So I am a former preschool teacher and newly licensed social worker, and realizing that neither of those job titles quite fit. I work in social settings with neurodiverse people, and I consider myself among the neurodiversity spectrum, which totally aligns with the experience of sharing all of this with you right now. And also connecting it back to the things that humans suffer with in this salt version. And that is physical illness, that is mental illness, that is brain demons, those little, you know, those voices that come into your head and tell you like, don't do it, don't tell your story. There's a reason that you were delayed, but there's also a reason that I'm right here right now and have gotten this far in my own healing and my own journey, and I feel compelled to share it. I recognize that every single human, among the things that we all share, is that we've all experienced trauma. Trauma looks different for everybody. And there's a part of trauma that begs to stay hidden in the shadow. Last week, we talked about shadow work. And I mentioned that, I have strong beliefs and experience learning about psychology and philosophy that just my understanding of shadow is it comes a lot from the experiences you had during childhood that emotionally scarred you. This community has helped me understand that your shadow comes from that and more. Your shadow is lifetimes following you. But also, so is your sunshine. So is your purpose. And that's the point of the triangle that is compelling me right now to have gotten through the stages of my own healing to be able to share this, because 4 months ago when I tried to share this, I completely disembodied and couldn't tell you, and it sent me into a very dark, scary place. Dark, scary place prompted a reconnection with my spirit. And with that has come so many mind-blowing experiences in my own silence that is often so clear. The things that we're feeling and the things that we're saying to ourselves, they form our reality. And each of our life experience in this current life is a story. And the traumas that each of us experience are ones that none of us wants to write a story about. None of us is willing to say, this is the part of me that needs to stay in the shadow. We're becoming better at it as a species. Technology has been a huge help.
Yeah, this is Mollie, thank you and taking your time there. Yeah, again, like you sharing your story is literally again a micro macro representation of the alchemical process of turning darkness to light, and that is exactly what the alchemical transformation process is about. Sometimes things have to burn away. Sometimes we have to lose what we once held on to within the salt in order for things to move around and for us to be able to see more of the light that's already within us. So Mollie, share whatever you're comfortable with. If it's not something for today, it can always be shared another time. You're doing great as it is, and
I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. Kat,
go for it.
Kat, your comment is a great symbol. My high school mascot was Phoenix. Kat just sent a message saying Phoenix is rising, and you're right. Phoenix is rising. The the things in our three-dimensional life. So I'm going to tie it back to like my own experience of why I'm able to share this publicly. So, hi, my voice came back because it's feeling less personal now. And that's the point of why I experienced the trauma that I'm sharing with you, because it was a trauma that didn't just belong to me. We all saw it. The only difference was I didn't see it through a screen. I didn't see it on a newspaper. I saw it through my classroom window. I didn't get a filter. I didn't get someone to prepare me for something, or even someone to immediately know what to do. But I got the next best thing, which was a teacher who knew how significant that experience, who knew how significantly traumatized her classroom of 9 and 10-year-olds. I was 4 days short. Here's a little numerology moment for you all. So I'm learning all of these new things. It was 4 days ahead of my 9th birthday. I was in the 4th grade. We were on the 4th floor. So there's a lot of 4s there. Twin Towers is there's so much symbolism there, and I'm not going anywhere into like details of this event, but just in my own personal journey, how I am a phoenix. I am a light that needs to be sharing her story right now in this time of real uncertainty in the three-dimensional world. And I know that we often use this as a respite, and I apologize if this is getting too close to feelings, but I think that that's the point, is that we have to learn how to feel our feelings, because if we hide from our feelings and we teach children that they can't feel their feelings, that's how we end up where we are today. This is the lesson that humanity needs to know. So many of the traumas that we individually experience are because we are being traumatized by people who are also victims of trauma. Every single one of us is a victim of trauma. But that means we are also a survivor of trauma. We talk a lot about victims and villains and heroes. And this is the reason why I started saying that my first time making conscious media was when I was 9 years old, was because I participated in a documentary. So here's a little bit of time jumping that I'm realizing in my own story. I was 9 years old, and I was able to articulate to this camera crew that without the documentary was about a drama therapy program. So I was given an opportunity, way to almost not even talk about the whole point of what we need to learn and what we need to do as humans. We have to find ways to heal. We have to alchemize. We have to come up with ways that aren't just pills or denial of feelings. We have to leave room for play. We have to leave opportunities and create experiences that allow people, not just children, all people need space to heal. All people need guidance in healing. But it's not just individuals. We as a collective need space to heal. We as a collective need guidance in our healing. That is where we're going in our future. And the healing is coming. We're going to be okay, but we need to come together to heal. That's the point of this all, right?
Awakening our inner alchemist, right? Mm-hmm.
and I'm able to, on a broad level, understand my personal path of what I've studied and how I've tried to use systems created by humans, academia, careers, jobs, finding a lot of, emotional bandage in spending money. I've accumulated so many things that, like, uh, they just make us feel heavier and make us feel lonelier. This is what makes me feel rich. Like, being able to share this, like, this is, I couldn't put a price tag on this. I already feel like I just kicked a card. I moved my foot and this card popped up. It's a card that says oppression, 10 of wands. And I feel less oppressed. I feel like I'm kicking up the oppression from society that says, don't tell your story of trauma. Because before I developed the ego, before I was programmed by this society, before we had the internet and things like video trends and TikTok trends existed, somebody asked me, what do you think would have happened if you didn't have this drama therapy program? And my response was something to the effect of, I would be dead inside of my mind. And I've wrestled with kind of being on the boundary of, like, what even is the point? Living in existential dread since I'm 9 years old. But also in this documentary is footage of me playing, dramatizing, prophesizing, being the mother of the perceived villain, which was an empathy building skill, an empathy building opportunity in, like, a human level, but also, like, understanding it differently now on a metaphysical level and on a time is not linear. And holy shit, sorry if I'm not allowed to curse, just sometimes that happens, humans,
It's okay.
But understanding, like, where the cross between the labels for illness that we have created and how the alchemy in that is understanding that it's not illness of the body or illness of the mind, it's illness of disconnect. We are made sick when we are not living truthfully, when we are not, when we have this shell, that thin veil, that facade that does not allow us to see what we've called, I guess you could call it, humanity in each other. But that's truly what we need to see, is the humanity in each other. And I understand that it feels kind of opposite. Feels kind of opposite of, like, what we're talking about here, but, like, no, humanity is one. So until we can see the oneness in each other, that's the answer.
Awesome. Mollie, thank you so much. If there's anything else you just want to be able to close off on, and absolutely just echoing that, like, that's again the intention of the talk here. Like, yeah, we're talking about alchemy from many different perspectives, but yeah, like, the reason we're talking about this is because we are alchemizing many things as a collective, aspects of ourselves, trauma, things that have been hidden. Because again, as Mollie was saying, like, our sickness is as a result of we have forgotten our connection to spirit. And as David and Chris was saying, alchemy is the path back to spirit, is a path to reconnect to spirit, and is a path of, again, being able to kind of, like, see things in new ways. And Mollie, I appreciate you sharing that, and I agree. It all leads back to this understanding of oneness, and looking at the story from that perspective, we can start to understand what needs to be done a little bit more. So, Mollie, go ahead. Any other just closing messages for related to alchemy, and anything else you want to share?
Just to say, like, truly, my story, the part that's worth sharing of it is the fact that I'm freed by the fact that it was something that I was forced to share as a group and also was documented. Um, that's not the extent of the trauma in my life, nor does that mean that anybody should go around broadcasting the trauma that they've experienced. I highly do not recommend doing that. Do not broadcast your trauma. Broadcast the things that helped you. Broadcast the messages that you needed to hear. I've totally lost my train of thought. But so if this documentary, like, if you're interested in checking it out, it's called Standing Tall. Yeah, it's I'm gonna leave it at that, and I'll leave Brendon with some links to check me out, and stay tuned for an episode. I'm developing my own podcast. We have one episode out that kind of speaks to what I've shared a little bit more. So I'll save more information for that. But thank you everybody for all of your support and for listening. I really truly feel less oppressed by this experience as a human in this current life. And remember that I'm more than, that one experience. Thank you.
Wonderful. Awesome. Thank you so much, Mollie. Thank you so much, and wonderful job as well. And yeah, again, part of the idea behind the message of alchemy is understanding, the power for us as a collective to be able to heal aspects of ourselves through simply the power of presence. So yes, every time we do one of these podcasts, there is an aspect of alchemical transformation that is happening. So again, as we kind of move into this discussion, what we're working on here is being able to help just see things more through that lens, so you can start to identify the stages and the processes and where we are, and we'll get a little bit more into that as we go. I mentioned before I was going to mention the various different metals and their correspondence. And I'm just going to do that really quick, and then we're going to pass it over. Am I passing it to Sam or Kristen next? I apologize if it was it was Sam next. Okay, pass over to Sam next, and then I think Kristen, and then Devin after that, if I wasn't mistaken. So I'm just gonna give you the quick overview here, and then we'll pass over to Sam. So just real quick, this is the 7 metals related to alchemy. These are 7 primary metals, and they all correlate with current different aspects. So I'm just going to kind of give you the quick overview. And a lot of this information was actually found through a documentary that I encourage you to check out. The documentary online is posted through the links in this YouTube video, and it is called What is Alchemy? Explained Documentary. So if you type that in on YouTube, you'll find it, but again, it's in the YouTube info. But I'm just going to give you the quick overview here, that way so we can just move into Sam, and we do have quite a few speakers left on tonight's discussion, so I just want to be able to keep mindful of that. This episode will probably go longer, it's going to be over 3 hours, but for everybody here, just moving forward, we'll work on, again, we always work on keeping things concise, but that way so we can just get through as many people. But just hitting upon this real quick, and yeah, we'll just move on from there. But I was just going to check. I feel like Dave would probably be able to help me explain this, but I'm just going to do it real quick. So gold being the one of the metals. Gold is related to the sun. Gold provides a sense of self. It provides energy, and it's related to vitality in the body, and it even relates to the spinal fluid that runs up through the nervous system and distributes heat through the body. Again, I'm just going to do a quick overview here. Silver correlates to the moon, and silver relates to subconscious psychic phenomena. It relates to collective consciousness, rhythms, genetics, cultural heritage, and it also relates to more of the feminine energy. Copper is related to Venus. Copper relates to herbalism. It relates to like aspects of the body, including the skin, the kidneys, perspiration, and also like healthy sexual organs as well. Iron related to Mars, relates to more of like kind of like a violent energy, and corresponds with the muscular system, relates to the male energy, the male sexual energy, relates to blood formation, adrenaline, as well, and just like overall physical health. Tin relates to Jupiter, so tin, tin relates to Jupiter, influences good health, wealth, philosophical and religious matters. It is also correlating to the liver, the arteries, the stomach, the abdomen, digestion, and assimilation of oxygen and nutrition's antibiotic functions within cells. Okay, so just a couple more here. Mercury relates to the planet of Mercury, and again, the word Mercury literally relates to like the god Mercury, which was like the Greek or Roman version of Hermes. And Hermes was the messenger, and Hermes was inspired by Hermes, was basically another version of Hermes Trismegistus, which was Thoth, which goes back to, again, like these priests that kind of brought forth the alchemical knowledge. So that's why our Mercury is called Mercury. Influences communication. So Mercury is again related to communication. You'll hear that a lot. You'll remember that. It also relates to nerves, dexterity, mental skills, distribution of energy throughout the body, and also relates to the thyroid. And that one relates to the spinal fluid up the flying. And last one, lead, relates to Saturn. It relates to the influences of aging, chronic disease, karma, and also relates to the bones, the teeth, the spleen, hair, minerals in the body, joints, and flexibility. So again, that just giving you there is just kind of like a quick kind of overview again of this idea that all of these different elements on a material level are symbols for different aspects that kind of like make up what we are. So all of these different things are kind of playing and relating to different energies that come together to create the dynamics of the human experience, because that's what we are. We're not just one thing. We're literally all of the elements kind of functioning in a coherent dynamic principle that we experience as just like normal reality. But we're not simple. We're actually quite dynamic. And again, this is kind of like a broken down version of those aspects through the symbolism of metals and also through the correlation of planets as well. So again, let's keep passing things around. Sam, we're going to pass over to you. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about even just like your knowledge on alchemy. Is this something that you've studied, and anything else that you feel people need to keep in mind related to the spiritual wisdom of alchemy? Welcome, Sam. Pass the talking stick your way. Go right ahead, and thank you for being.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank everybody here for dropping their amazing wisdom. Everybody here watching it in the here and now and the future. As time travelers, we get to do this at all times, anytime. You are signed into the interwebs and we're still talking directly to you. So thank you. I'm Samantha Rose Paprin. I'm a healer, teacher, a speaker, and a writer. I have spent many years working with esoteric knowledge and spiritual wisdom, and I have become, a ritual master as named by the modern mystery school that I attended personally, and I have done a lot of work with alchemy myself. However, I just want to start off by saying and welcoming everyone to recognize the natural alchemists within themselves, and the natural manifestors, master manifestors that we all are. Naturally, all of it's naturally. And I really loved hearing a couple of people. I think Mollie said something along the lines of like, oh, in this lifetime, when we mentioned that we still can carry lots of wisdom and knowledge, and alchemical wisdom in our blood, in our DNA, from whether it's ancestral or past lives. So yeah, constantly we're manifesting at all times. And someone wrote in the chat just now, DNA and water carry memory. So we are really just reactivating within each other, sharing codes within each other, and remembering from each other, learning from each other, this infinite wisdom that we've always had. And in my personal perception of this world and this reality and what we're doing here as humans, we're all fractals of this beautiful, great consciousness. And therefore, my fractal has its own unique bits of information and medicine and magic to share with your fractal. and we're going to learn, and we're also going to alchemize and synergize together. Whether that means it's like me and you in the physical, or me and the universe, which then by of course means me and you as well, but through the ether. So it's really important to look at it all like that. It's really important to also understand that, yeah, taking classes, reading books, all of those things, super awesome, also integral for many people's journeys. Also, there's people who wake up and all of a sudden they're channeling light language and they don't know where it came from, but they know it's magical, it's powerful, and it has medicine healing in it. So saying all of that, imagination was the next thing I wanted to bring up too. Our imagination has a lot of magic in it and has a lot to do with alchemy as well. You know, we have the spiritual laws, we have the metals that help perform alchemy, all of that. Yeah, absolutely, totally cool. But we're the most advanced technology on at least our planet. And I say that because every other piece of technology that's ever existed was created by us human beings. Therefore, how could you not imagine us being, you know, the most spiritually advanced, most technologically advanced creatures on this planet? Well, maybe I take away spiritually advanced, because I think that human beings were given what's it called when you forget? Amnesia. There we go. I forgot. But human beings were given the amnesia. Everybody else, you know, trees, bees, all of the other creations in this world, they're given different languages, right? So that they can't tell us that we're all this magnificent God or universe or all-knowing, one encompassing energy all together, and then creating alchemy from there, recognizing that we are this fractal of this whole. Of course we're going to be alchemizing magic with everything in this world, because that's what we're doing. We're literally like fusing our atoms together, our energy together, to create something anew, to move forward things, to heal things, to resurrect things, whatever we may be using this magic for. It's just super important. Life is alchemy, Kat said in the WhatsApp chat or the Zoom chat, whatever we're in right now. And it is true. Life is alchemy. Like, you don't need to spend 30 days listening to that meditation, manifestation meditation. There we go. You're manifesting every single day. It's just recognizing and becoming cognizantly aware of how you're manifesting and what you're using, what your personal tools are for alchemy. Because we all have them and we all move through them. And I really also, and I'll wrap it up, I know we're trying to go quickly because we've got a lot of speakers, but I really loved everything that Mollie was saying, because it is so integral to remember that in order to heal humanity, you must heal thyself. And that being said, it takes a lot of internal alchemy to do so, but you are so capable of doing it. And beyond that, you are so capable and so worthy of being a really necessary part for all of us to be moving forward. So never feel like you don't have a purpose. Never feel like you're not creating magic on a daily basis, because baby, your pure existence is magic. You are a living, breathing being on a planet orbiting through outer space. And if anyone wants to tell you that this is down here on Earth, I said this during the Hollow Earth episode, who's to say that this is down here on Earth? I don't understand it. We're orbiting through outer space just as any other planet. You're a miracle. You're magical. You're alchemical. Just keep doing it. And remember that. And remember that you're part of this greater whole. You're never alone. And we're doing this together. And you've got this all within you. Infinite wisdom from within, from the ether. And it's just being remembered. That's all. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Sam, so much for bringing the hype as always once again. And absolutely, yeah, just I love that idea. Like life is alchemical, life is alchemy. And I'll just share one really quick idea, and then we're going to pass over to Kristen, correct? Kristen, yeah, thumbs up on that. And then we're going to pass it over to Devin as well. And once we've kind of, we'll wait until we kind of go through everyone. And then what I want to do is I want us to literally, like, almost like in a very kind of school style fashion, to literally go through the different transformation processes, so that way by the end of it all of us are in some way at least familiar with them, and then again that will help us begin implementing them and becoming aware of where they're showing up within our reality. But yeah, just as one thing I'll just mention real quick, following off of Sam, who did a great job of speaking there, is you'll hear this phrase, this idea of like the alchemical process. And so if you're thinking of the alchemical process or to alchemize things, usually that's referred within the context of turning something bad into something good. It is sometimes the context of it. You know, again, it's this idea of lead into gold, something less valued into something more valued. So the practical way of thinking of that is basically going back to it's kind of funny. It's like the modern day interpretation of alchemy has been boiled down to the simple phrase, turning lemons into lemonade, is essentially like the modern day version of what alchemy is about. It's about turning something that maybe you didn't really want, but then you make something more out of it because you have that higher wisdom to see again how it is something that is there for your soul's growth, how is it an opportunity inviting you into your strength. A lot of the stuff that we were talking about last broadcast, and even just being able to, this is a very powerful word. I'll just give this phrase to everyone. We talk about building a team here of shifters, of people who are light guardians, people who are intentionally helping assist with the shift in consciousness through acts of creativity, compassion, personal development. Another phrase that goes well with explaining what it is we do as shifters is we are literally social alchemists. Literally, meaning we are transforming things, we are transforming ideas, we are transforming paradigms, we are taking things that people may be seeing and bringing it into a new light that can become a story of empowerment. So you can you can look at something from one way, it can be disempowering. You look at it from another way, it can be empowering. Your ability to see that story, to see that perspective, is you implementing your abilities as an alchemist, as a social alchemist. So for each and every single one of us, as we listen and come together in this podcast, this is a call to action. This is a call to action because we need to be able to cultivate that consciousness within ourselves to begin to practice and intentionally begin to be able to help bring more of that shifted paradigm that is going to be able to help see things from those empowering perspectives and to be able to help grow from our challenges and not to hide from our trauma, but to learn and how to become healers through our trauma and to inspire others in doing the same. So the last thing I just wanted to say here, this is a very powerful idea. This is something that Terence McKenna was talking about, and I just really resonated with it, and I'm just going to reiterate. And if you look up Terence McKenna Alchemy, there's lectures, he talked about a lot of this stuff, but one of the big ideas is this, what he considers to be a false notion that we are quote unquote something akin to like fallen angels. Like fallen angels is this idea that it's like, oh, our entire life is just punishment for the sin that we've committed from leaving the Garden of Eden and stuff. But from his perspective, he basically says that it's like, you know, it's like, if anything, like we're something, this is his perspective, we're something like more than angels. Like we are angels, but we're living in these human forms, so to speak. And one of the ideas of the alchemical process is that it actually is about being able to return back to the symbolism of Eden. It's about being able to merge the hemispheres, merge the masculine and feminine principles within ourselves to be able to create this like self-actualized spirit. And again, to be able to like reclaim what was once the forbidden fruit, the forbidden knowledge. The forbidden fruit was, again, kind of this wisdom of the alchemical understanding of the as above, so below, and the deeper spiritual truth. So if you listen to some alchemists, they would literally say that, you know, like, first of all, we are these incredibly beautiful spiritual amazing beings. We are not lesser than. Do not think that we are lesser than. We are incredibly like sacred and beautiful. Whether we're less or more than angels, I don't think it's a comparison thing, but if anything, like we are equally as beautiful and sacred in our own way. And again, through the alchemical process, we are literally symbolically making our way back to quote unquote the Garden of Eden by reuniting the masculine and feminine principles and reclaiming the knowledge of the fruit, if that makes sense to you. So I'm just kind of painting that picture because again, I think it starts to change how you start thinking of things. Be like, oh, okay, that starts to make sense. Anyways, if that made sense, just go ahead and drop an 1111 and let's pass it over to Kristen, and then from there we'll pass it over to Devin. Thank you everyone again so much for your attention, your presence, and your support. Kristen, passing it over to you. Go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about the spiritual wisdom of alchemy from your perspective. Welcome.
Beautiful. Namaste, sweet souls. Thank you all so much for joining in and sharing lovely space as always. It's so beautiful to connect and be able to share the wisdom from our heart, the wisdom from our minds, and the wisdom from our souls and connecting them all together. So being able to discuss alchemy is a beautiful topic. And what I would really like to bring to this conversation is the spiritual wisdom of alchemy that comes from the heart, and to bring awareness that we are all alchemizing on a daily basis. Everything that you do whenever you're interacting with challenges or facing opportunities, making decisions, you are alchemizing a thought into your reality. And so really what I'd like to focus on is, especially whenever it comes to trauma, and really knowing that whenever you become aware of the trauma in your life, the negative things that happen, and becoming aware of the fact that these negative things are not happening to you, but happening for you as an opportunity to alchemize that negative energy and turn it into something positive. And whenever you do that, it gives you power within your reality to aid in raising the vibration of the planet, of the earth. And so, really, just being able to be aware of the fact that everything you're doing is alchemizing and creating a space to become aware of the fact that you are creating magic with your thoughts. Your words are spells. Everything you say creates the reality. Your thoughts manifest into your future that becomes your now. And so really it is the process of becoming aware of the processes that are happening within your life, are direct influences from your thoughts into this reality, and then being able to take those thoughts that turn into opportunities and acting upon them. And then it's basically the same as like what Brendon just said, turning lemons into lemonade. So if you are in a situation where you had something really traumatic happen to you, let's say that you were, for example, in a car wreck. Okay, this is a not pleasant situation. You probably had some pain. Maybe you lost your car. This is a beautiful opportunity for you to see that you are able to grow from this and see the positive things that can happen from your future. Now you're going to probably be a safer driver. You're going to be more aware while you're out on the road. You're going to take better care of the space around you, or at least these opportunities provide you with the opportunity to choose to make decisions that become positive. And so I just want to make sure that you all feel absolutely empowered to know that whatever is happening within your reality, it is not happening to you. It is happening for you as an opportunity for you to alchemize and turn that energy from a lesser density into a higher density. And whenever you do that, it just brings so much power into your space. And I just encourage you to see those opportunities of trauma, of negative aspects, and also recognize that the process of going through that negative aspect. So if you've gone through a traumatic experience, it makes you sad, you cry, you feel however you're going to feel about it. Maybe you need to scream, maybe you need to cut everybody off from the world and just hide in a corner and cry until you let it all out. You are alchemizing that negative density and then picking yourself up from that, making the conscious decision to say, I'm not going to let these negative energies, these negative emotions, these negative experiences control my reality. I am going to take the power back into my space and be able to turn whatever happened to me into a positive and be able to empower your space with that and learn from that wisdom that you have brought into your space, and then to be able to share that with others, so then others can grow from your alchemized process. And so allowing yourself to become empowered from the negative to the positive, and sharing that wisdom with other people is absolutely beautiful. So I hope you all know that you are absolutely amazing souls, and you carry so much wisdom from the heart, and you have the ability to create magic within your reality. I also, I could talk about alchemy when it comes to like the process of magic and what we do whenever we're performing magical acts. But really, I just want to say that like it's about intention and being aware. And whenever you bring your conscious mind to those actions, that's what's going to bring that power to the situation and really help raise that vibration. So namaste. Thank you all for letting me share. I really appreciate each and every one of you. I think you're all beautiful, amazing souls. And I always love the wisdom you shared. David, you shared so much beautiful stuff. I'm really looking forward to checking out those books. And Chris, oh my goodness, like it's so great to know that basically alchemy is like the science behind the magic that happens within this reality. And so it's like good to know that there is physical finite proof to show that what we're doing is real besides what you just see within your reality. So namaste, lovelies.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kristen, for sharing your magic, fellow wizard alchemist. And again, like that's kind of it's happening. It's happening just by us, like, you know, having these discussions and hanging out as community and talking about these stories, where it's inviting us to literally understand and start seeing ourselves as alchemists. And what does, and that's a great question, right? What does it mean to be a modern day alchemist? Not to say that, you know, I think I think it's not to say we're trying to literally say, oh, we're at the same level as the priests of Egypt and ancient Atlantean time, because there is a level that of study and research and knowledge that these alchemists would have dived into. And again, you know, I think being an alchemist is being aware of our natural ability to be able to change this reality with intention and thought and vibration and emotion. So you can really dive in deep to what it means to be an alchemist to you. But I think on a very simplified and perhaps more accessible level, it is each and every single one of us stepping into this place of being able to be active co-creators of this reality by understanding that our power is in knowing our power, and our power is in our ability to be able to transform this reality, again, through thoughts, through emotions, through intentions as well. So that's where this is going back to the shadow thing. I'll just say this real quick and then I'll pass it over to Devin. This is a practical example of transformation, of alchemical transformation. Say, for example, your friend comes over and your friend maybe had like a hard day at work, and say your roommates or something like that, or this could be with a couple, it could be with like a partner or something, and your partner comes home and they're just like, oh, I had a really rough day at work and I just like have all this energy and there was all this stuff that just kind of didn't really go to plan. And then you're like, here, like, honey, come sit down on the couch and let's just chill out for a bit. And so you sitting down on the couch with them and just maybe putting their arm around them, physically being in that presence, what you're doing is you're co-regulating by you dropping into this heart space, you creating a rhythm with your heart, with your bioenergetic field. And then what happens is that because they are next to you, their rhythm will begin to synchronize and match with your rhythm. And then naturally, without them fully even being like conscious of this, like they will just kind of go through this process of beginning to naturally find that they're more relaxed and just kind of like shifting into this place of ease. That is a quick example of an alchemical transformation that you are doing as a result of your presence and your emotions. It's very similar to the idea if you theoretically, you know, like if you walk into a room and people are kind of like having a like not a fun time, but then maybe you tell a funny joke or something and you lighten up the room, you enlighten up the room, and all of these little things that we can do to alchemize people's present moment through acts of kindness is the journey that I invite us to be able to see on. Smile to that, like say thank you to the person working at the grocery store, you know, like wave to someone that you see like crossing you on the street or something like that. Call up an old friend, say hello to your grandparents, whatever it may be. Those little things, those are little tiny things of us transforming reality. But again, as shifters, as alchemists, it is the greater story of how this ripples out into the collective, and it goes deeper. And once we kind of get into the transformation process, I want to be able to again understand how people can start to see, because a lot of what we're talking about with like the trauma, that's like the first phase of the transformation process. So like once that's kind of happened, that's where again it's like the fire, the crucible, things get burned away, the illusions get shifted, and then there's like all the kind of stages out other than that. But yeah, what happens when you really make that choice to be able to say, you know what, I'm going to dissolve the things that no longer serve me, and I'm going to cultivate the things that are in alignment with my highest purpose and my destiny. Following the path of alchemy in a way that is rigorous and a discipline, and like something that is going to take a little bit of focus and work, is something that could again move you towards your destiny sooner rather than later. Would be a simple way of doing it, by cultivating that consciousness and seeing where there is work to be done within your immediate reality. So okay, team, let's keep passing it around. I'm going to pass it over to Devin, and then who wanted to go after Devin? Just give me a hands up and just give me a little bit of a scope on that, because I know we got Paul here as well. Okay, we'll pass it over to Kat, and then David. I'm not sure if you need to leave early, dude, but again, I wanted you to just hopefully be around by the time we get to the transformation process. So we'll keep moving around here, and we'll go with the flow. Thank you again, everyone, and be sure to connect with Kristen and send Kristen a DM on Instagram at Pin Oak Rising, or on TikTok as well. Devin, passing it over to you. Thank you so much for joining. One of our newer leading members. Welcome. Please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your understanding of alchemy and the spiritual wisdom of alchemy from your perspective as well. Go right ahead, Devin, and welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm so excited to be here and meet everyone, and to everyone listening. Hey, so happy that you're here too. And a little bit about me. So I'm on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. My handle is Clean Food for the Soul, 3 O's on most of them. And I also have a blog. So really, I love to write, and that's what all started it. And that's cleanfoodforthesoul.com. Only 2 O's on that one. That domain was not taken. To touch on, or not to touch, but to talk about alchemy and myself, the first time that I actually was interested in alchemy, I was in high school and I was just really interested in the symbols of it. I was never like a student that loved physics or anything like that. I was much interested in a lot of other things, but as time has progressed, alchemy has always been something that comes back into my realm. And reflecting on my own life and like who I was and when I started making all of these major changes, um, and it for me it was much more like I had all of these really intense experiences that eventually I came into the spiritual knowledge, and it started to kind of click, and I was like, oh, okay. And I was actually writing about this today, and it kind of touches on a few different things that everyone else has said. I mean, Samantha was talking about us being fractals, right? And I'm in complete agreement in that realm. And to go deeper into it, much like the alchemic process does for us, is that it's this like layout of like how we're going to get to this thing, right? This place of like, we got it, we know it, we're like the best we can be. And being fractals. And so for myself, my belief, my soul's teaching to me is that like I'm only a piece, only a fractal of my whole soul, and I came here to be on earth. I chose that. I believe that we all chose to be here. And when it comes to say the good things in life, you know, we say love, and I wrote a huge post about that. It's going up on Friday. But truly for myself, I mean, I've pulled myself out of suicide, out of all kinds of dark places. You know, I mean, I put myself there, totally put myself there. Lots of trauma in childhood, lots of situations and experiences that, you know, I don't believe anybody should have to go through. But at some point I stopped and I was like, you know what? Pain is actually pleasure to my soul, because what it does is that it broke me open in a way that allows the light to come in, but then to also realize that I am the light. I'm like, there it is. It's right there. There's nobody that, you know, we're all here to unify in truth and to help one another. But to do that, we also have to be able to help ourselves and to be able to say, I need help, or, you know, this happened to me and it shouldn't have had to happen, but it did. And like Kristen was saying, what is it here to teach me? Why, you know, and I truly don't believe that anyone is given experiences that they cannot handle, right? But in our humanness, it's like, if you think about being this eternal loving being, right? And you have all the answers, you know what it's all about. Well, you get to go to Earth. And this is honestly my philosophy on it. It's like this experiment that we kind of volunteered for. Like, yeah, we're going to go to Earth and we're going to have these brains and we're going to like see if we can truly live in physical forms and get to experience physicality as these multidimensional beings. But the deal is, you know, you don't get to have all that knowledge. You don't get to come in with that. You know, it's this forever, and I say forever, but I mean through our lifetimes, remembering. So there's no end to it. And I don't believe that, you know, anybody who says like, I'm completely healed or I have figured it all out, I'm like, but nah, because you're still here. Like, there is still always going to be more to learn. And through that learning, that's alchemy, right? That's alchemy. And through our pain is the greatest opportunities to practice. And again, we're just returning home. We're just returning home and being here on earth right now, right? I mean, I am a human being. My name's Devin. I'm here right now, but my soul doesn't have it, my soul's not necessarily Devin. A piece of my soul is, a piece of my soul has been here before and is here again and has chosen this path. And it is to save humanity. It is to save Earth. But again, as above, so below, we're already doing it. It's already happening. That timeline already exists, right? So it's like, which one are you going to be on? And that is this place that we're in of trying to understand that. And Thoth, I always said Thoth, so good to know it's Thoth, or I'm unsure semantics, but it's like the information has always been there. We have the information. It's not that we don't, it's that we need to, on a micro level, at the self level, be like, okay, it's okay. Like, it's okay. It's all okay. I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna either take my time, I'm gonna cry it out, I'm gonna do whatever it is that I need to do, because the soul will speak to you. Your soul will not whisper in your ear. It won't necessarily, send a straight up message to your phone, but you'll know in some way, and you'll follow these breadcrumbs to eventually get closer to home, that is love, that is truth, that is unity of everything, which is one, the law of one, right? And being on Earth, it's like this, like I said, it's the process of which life is, and like alchemy is life. I completely am in agreement with that. Like, and for everybody who is listening, or who's new on the path or whatever it is, that's totally cool, because you're actually an ancient energy, like, and we're all just remembering that and coming together and sharing and healing and growth. We're just uncovering what's already there, right? And yes, I mean, I also believe there's old souls and there's new souls, and we come from different places, right? We exist all over, but we exist here right now, and we do have to focus on what it is our mission is, what our individual purpose is, not what Susie's is over there or brother over there or whatever it may be. As you, and not the ego part of us, right? But I feel like ego is always given this negative connotation, because it is kind of like the bad guy of the human experience. But at the same time, you got to be friends with your ego. You got to be like, hey, look, I see you. We're in it together, and you're not in charge, but you do exist, and I'm not going to ignore you. We're gonna alchemize as well. And I think it's really important to realize that the ego evolves with us, right? So even if it's like, I've had an ego death, even if you've had 20 ego deaths, well, your ego has also continued to learn and grow as well, right? So when it comes to alchemy, my biggest takeaway and what my biggest message is that it's a never-ending process, and you chose to be here just like I did. Even if you don't know it, you were not here for no reason, and especially right now in this time. And whatever it is that your soul is bringing through you, that makes you sound, you think, oh my gosh, people are going to think I'm crazy, or no one else thinks this way, or my mom thinks this and my dad thinks that. I mean, believe me, I understand. My family is like tough. I'm the hippie of the family, and I'm like, look, I love you guys. It's just hilarious that that's all you got to say. But it's like, and I lost my train of thought on that one. Alchemy, never ending. I love everyone. We are love. I'm love. You're love. We're just remembering. We're on the journey, and we're going to continuously be alchemizing and becoming our best selves. And as long as you're on that journey and you've committed to yourself to do the hard stuff, the hard things, the things you don't want to do, the things nobody else may think is cool, because you know that that's what's right. And you know that that is what you need to do to accomplish your mission and the mission, right? Because we're here to save humanity. Elevating consciousness, that's what we're here to do. And we've already done it. Again, we're doing it, and it's this whole as above, so below, and we're in here like time, and that's cool. That's fine, and that it is what it is. But it's also unique to each of us, whatever our experiences are, and holding that space is very important. And thank you all for holding that space for me. I'm going to send it back over to Brendon. All of the love to all beings on earth and beyond.
Awesome. Devin, thank you so much for jumping right in and just for sharing your truth, and did a wonderful job there. So for everybody, again, be sure to connect with Devin on Instagram as well at Clean Food for the Soul with 3 O's. So yeah, just kind of moving into more of the discussion and everything here. I just wanted to be able to touch base. We're gonna pass it to Kat, and then if it's okay with you guys, I would like to actually go through the other transformation processes before we get too further. I don't want it to be the very last thing we do, because I feel like, again, just being able to go through that, even just in short form, will help us just start building more of the framework, because this is a very important part of, again, understanding the process of alchemy. And just real quick here, again, you know, by the time we're talking about this, the word alchemy is going to start changing for you. Even I can feel it changing for me. You know, we have this idea where we associate alchemy with transformation, and yes, that's absolutely true. But again, going back to the word alchemy, literally means from Egypt. But when we're thinking of it of Egypt, again, this is like esoteric knowledge that is literally just from source. So when we're talking about alchemy, we're literally just talking about an understanding of our connection to the universe, to divinity, and the awareness of our soul. Very simply put. So whether it's the transformation part of the journey of that soul, or simply the awareness of it, and through the awareness of the dynamics of how this reality works and how we explain it today, and the ways we apply it, this understanding helps us show up to be better dreamers within the dreams, and helps us step into our own self-actualized and self-realized versions of ourselves. Because that, at the end of the day, like, that is what, again, leading us towards the Philosopher's Stone. It is to be able to do the great work of what I feel like there's a specific word here. I don't know where, maybe I lost that word, but anyways, oh wait, no, it's down here. It's, oh no, I don't know where it is. Okay, anyways, that's all right. But again, this is about us being able to, yeah, I guess I already said it, but it's just about being able to self-actualize and to awaken the divinity within us, very simply put, and then to show up in service beyond there. That's the important thing, the service part. Let's pass it over to Kat. Kat, welcome. Thank you so much for joining. And Kat, we're just going to do a quick audio check, and then I'm going to adjust the gain. So go ahead, Kat, and just give us a quick audio chat.
Hey guys, it's been amazing to listen to you guys.
Kat, give me 2 seconds here. I'm just gonna increase the gain, and this is just gonna help us hear Kat a little bit better. And as I do this, Kat, passing it over to you, and please feel free to again introduce yourself and tell us what you think of the spiritual wisdom of alchemy. Go ahead.
I am Kat Hart, podcast Cats Out of the Bag, and I'm on pretty much all social media channels under Kat Hart, like your beating heart, HEARTKAT. And it's just been a pleasure to not only listen to everybody give their wisdom tonight, but I want to encourage people that are new to alchemy. I mean, don't be scared. Don't be afraid of. There's a lot of high level and evolved ideals, and that's what makes alchemy so cool. And that's why I said that life is alchemy, because everything about life is alchemy. Everything about life is magic and science and spirituality and wisdom, and it's all of it together. And whether we're born with the knowledge or not born with the knowledge, I mean, again, none of that even matters. We think we get so micro in our lives. I think we get caught up in, you know, the drama, like everybody was saying, the drama, but if we can actually just do a 1 degree shift into our perspective about everything that happens in our lives, and this has been touched on a couple times tonight, but in terms of everything is practice, everything is an opportunity to grow, everything is alchemy, everything is transmutation, everything is meant to transform everything. So there is no good, bad. There's no, everything is just an event, and that event is meant to transform. And the transformation process in and of itself is alchemy. Like you were saying, the awareness of it itself is alchemy. And it's funny because the only thing I keep picturing over and over is Mickey Mouse in Fantasia doing doing all the and he's just like, at first he's got like his hands on it and he can do it, and then all of a sudden it's like it gets out of control, and then the master alchemist comes and says, whoa, let's handle this. So for a lot of people listening, you might feel like Mickey, brand new, trying on a hat and not knowing what you're doing. And it's okay to play. And it is fun and it is practice. And as long as you have a philosophy of do no harm and be as honest and authentic of a being within your carbon suit that you possibly can, you can't do alchemy wrong. There's no nobody's above anybody, nobody's more evolved than anybody. I mean, people are just on different parts of their journey constantly, and we're meant to be on different parts of our journey in order to help each other and to learn from each other and to teach from each other and to share our knowledge. And that collective knowledge is, again, building every time one of us jumps up to that different vibration. It's just a different vibration. Again, it's a higher low vibration. It's a very scientific scale, if you will. So it's not anybody being better, or the Dalai Lama, he just vibrates at a higher level. He's not any better than anybody that's listening. He's not anybody better than anybody on the planet. He just has a very honed practice of his own alchemy and raising his vibration on a level that is maintained through his practice. So again, getting clear, back to basics, bake your bread, get clear on what it is that you want out of your life, get clear on what difference that you want to make on this planet. Because I guarantee you, your difference is not to go get a job at Boeing and go, work, your 40 to 60 hour week and go home and drink your beer or smoke your pot or do your porn or get on your internet or whatever it is that has your mind occupied, whatever has that attention occupied. That is a bare existence. That's not even. And the sad thing is, whether you know it or not, you're still practicing alchemy. You're just practicing it on a very low vibration, on a very low level, and it's perpetuating cycles of low vibrations. And again, not good, bad, or indifferent. It just is. And so when people wonder why there's a buildup of low vibrational energy, it's because people aren't actively pulling themselves out of it, creating a practice of, wow, this really doesn't feel good, but like I'm settling. So many people settle in their lives for some reason. I mean, I've done it too. I mean, again, you get in a mindset where like it feels comfortable, but get comfortable with being uncomfortable, because life is about change and life is about transmutation and life is about growing. You physically, I mean, if you just from a scientific perspective, you can't even be in this life without growth. You grow. You go from a baby to a large person. You grow physically. So there's so much to and somebody was saying earlier, I want to say it was Chris was saying earlier about how the macro literally is the micro. So the macro and the micro are identical. So like what's going on in our blood cells, our white blood cells, our red blood cells, everything that's taking information and oxygen through our bodies on the micro level, that's actually happening on the macro in our planet in terms of heating and cooling and oil. I mean, you can think of it very, very scientifically, or you can think of it spiritually, like in Avatar, the energy moving through the planet and all this being interconnected and this going out to other universal threads, if you will, that we're able to pick up on. So again, it's practice. It's practice. You have to get comfortable with something in your life that's a higher vibration. At the most simple level, if you aren't happy with your existence, just make a decision to change something small and start small and realize that we are all working on building our character. We're all working on being okay through the struggle and not letting it kill us in the process and not being emotional basket cases, because again, we've got all this other stuff going on. So again, it's a practice. And you think you got a hold of it, and then all of a sudden someone comes and brings up something that has a charge that you had no idea you still had a charge on, and you all of a sudden, next thing you know, you're in a heated conversation without even knowing it because you have a charge on something. That just happened to me yesterday. You think that you're more balanced, and it was a situation I thought that I'd handled, but there was still a major charge on it, and all I could do was laugh, going, wow, I got more work to do. And it's just a notice. It's just a notice. It doesn't make me, yeah, I'm emotional. Yeah, sometimes I'm a Leo. Come on, I mean, that's my energy. And at the same time, it was such a beautiful awareness for me. It holds up a mirror constantly. So your emotions are feedback for what you're thinking about. So if you're not happy with the way things are feeling for you, go into what you're thinking about, start your alchemy, start your process of shifting your energy that 1 degree, shifting your perspective, shifting your mindset, whatever it is, raising that vibration, and get in a practice of doing that over and over and over. And if you can do it for 30 seconds, do it for 30 seconds. If you can do it for 2 minutes, do it for 2 minutes. You build your practice. So everybody's on a different part of their journey. So I just want to encourage everybody that's new, everybody that's experienced, just keep sharing and keep being vulnerable and keep putting your love out to each other, and realize that, you know what, our struggles are primarily there to transmute us into realizing that we can hold a higher level of vibration constantly to attract and manifest what it is that we do want. So again, from Mickey Mouse all the way to the master alchemist, I mean, what is master? Again, how do you know you master something? We have no concept of mastering anything in this existence at all. So it's just about feeling good, and it's about raising that vibration to not only heal our planet, but heal this carbon blueprint of each other, learning how to teach each other how to heal this carbon suit so we can stick around longer to heal the planet, because maybe we're supposed to heal this planet and then outsource to teach other beings how to heal other planets and other solar systems and other galaxies. I don't know. Maybe I mean, maybe we don't know where the seed came from. We don't know where source is. Maybe we're source. Maybe we are. Nobody knows. But if we are, then we're not doing a good job, and we're not being good stewards, and we need to step this shit up. But if we're constantly thinking like that, if we're constantly thinking that we are the seed, because technically we are, if you think about it, within the unity, within the unity symbol, there's no ending, there's no beginning, there's no ending of energy. So technically we are source, right? So if we are source, we need to step the shit up, and we need to do something on a higher vibrational level, on a frequent time frame, consistently, in order to create change. So I would encourage to be that.
Be that. Awesome. Thank you, Kat, and thank you for the again, going back to the Fantasia reference. I'm sure that's someone people are like, oh, now I understand alchemy. It's like Mickey. Okay, got it. Right. Trying to control all those dancing brooms and everything. And we're learning. That's the idea, right? So perfect. Awesome. Kat, anything else just before we pass the microphone? And
no,
thank
I love you
again.
guys, and I appreciate just the energy. I love everybody's just been amazing.
Awesome. Awesome. We love you too, Kat, and thank you once again for joining us here. So beautiful. Awesome. Be sure to, again, you can connect with Kat on Instagram. We posted the link for that. And again, Let Spirit Be Your Guide on TikTok, and you can find more of their videos there. So thank you again, Kat. Okay. Beautiful. All right, just going to check in here, and David, just making sure you're still available. Are you ready to kind of start diving into this stuff? Okay, because I know I just want to be mindful of timelines and time limits that people might have, because obviously the show's getting a little bit longer as it is already. So after we do this, we'll pass it around, and we'll shortly after that we'll kind of get into like closing thoughts. But again, I want everybody here to have an opportunity to be able to speak. If anybody here feels they want to pass, it's totally up to you guys, but we'll make sure that we get enough on the table by the time we're done this episode. So The other thing that I was going to say when I was trying to like remember what I was going to say, just based on my notes here. So again, the path of alchemy is leading us towards to becoming a fully, quote unquote, a fully realized and enlightened soul. That is essentially, again, like what alchemy is leading us towards, and to vivify the soul, to be able to bring like vitality into our life in that way as well. And back in the day, again, alchemy would have been something that would have been passed down through different groups of different forms of groups that often would would deliver it to people through processes of initiation, but then they would give them almost like a trickled down version of the truth. Those are increasingly becoming kind of outdated models, because now this information is readily available. Like, that's kind of the fascinating part here. We're talking about things that 100 years ago, this stuff would have been either things that would have been burned, or just like things that people would have been called crazy for talking about it. So now here we are, the occult, the esoteric has risen to the surface, and now we get to be able to talk about it on a podcast. Crazy times we're in, but it's exciting and it's important, and it's relative. The other one thing I'll just say real quick, this is not even fully that relative, but how the word alchemy, again, I said alchemy goes back to Kemet. The word Kemet, referring to Egypt, also means like black in itself, which kind of relates to the idea of like the shadow reference. I just thought that was interesting. So like alchemy literally means like from the shadow, or from the void, or from the ether, if you were to interpret that way. Whether or not that's accurate, I don't know. I just thought it was. And the other thing, because I'm such a genius, I realized that the word chemicals is obviously a divination from Kemet and alchemy. So when we think of, I know it's just simple, right? Like the word chemical, now you're going to think of the word chemical from now on. You're going to be like, oh, chemical, Kemet, alchemy, understanding ancient properties of matter and also the soul. Okay, now we're starting to get it and starting to make sense. Thank you again, everyone. Let's get ready to dive into this next part. So again, David, let me just kind of check in with you, and we'll just do a quick audio check. So just give me a quick, we'll set, let's say like 10 minutes here. We'll rush through things as quickly as we can. How familiar are you with the 7 steps within the transformation process of alchemy? Can you just give me a heads up on this?
I'd say I'm relatively familiar. I
feel
good about it.
Okay, that's and again, honestly, at this point, like that's like higher than average, because again, most people, like, this is not something that we were taught in school. This is not something that is common knowledge as well. So we'll walk through it here, and David and I, and let me just check in. Is anybody else here like familiar with the 7 transformational steps of the alchemical process? Kaci, kind of. Nobody else particularly, and that's totally fine. Again, like, this isn't stuff that like I would expect you to really be aware of, but that's why we're talking about it. So, okay. So again, this is the alchemical process of basically something that could physically take place in a scientific lab using instruments and chemicals to be able to transform metals from one state to another, where you're like burning things away, and then you're adding acid, and you're separating things, and they're coming together, and they're fermenting, and they're coagulating. This is all stuff that happens in a lab. And that's where, again, the alchemical process, from one perspective, people think that literally it was hidden behind the science of it, and people be like, oh, those alchemists, okay, they're just like creating stuff and everything. Side note, remind me to talk about the book The Alchemist a little bit later, because I feel like that's obviously a reference that some of us are relative, but again, it's basically who was the alchemist in the alchemist, who was the alchemist in the alchemist? Is that what I'm? Yeah, who was the alchemist in the alchemist? He was a guy who knew his stuff. Plain and simple, right? So that's what we're doing. We're talking about figuring out our stuff here. So again, the 7 steps, we're going to walk through them. I'm just going to label them here. The first step is calcination. So I want you to kind of like become familiar with this. You could probably look up the 7 steps of transformation of alchemy on Google. You'll find this list. Dissolution. Some of these words may be new to you. Separation. Conjunction. Fermentation. Distillation, and then coagulation. So those are the 7 steps. So starting off with calcination. Calcination is basically, and we'll just kind of explain this in the short version, and then I'll pass it over to David. Calcination is the process within our journey that usually shows up through things resulting in the process of like burning things away and intensity, things that can challenge us, things that can destroy our ego, so to speak. They can bring up the awareness of our attachment to material possessions, and they can begin to shift our priorities. Often the process of calcination involves a lot of surrendering and a lot of introspection as well. And so this is something that can either be initiated by your environment, or it can be something that is initiated internally through will, through you meditating and bringing more awareness of the things within your life that, again, aren't really like lifting you up, are kind of between you and your higher purpose. Like you need to kind of shed things away to be able to make room for new energy. So this is kind of the calcination process. David, I'll pass over to you. Explain a little bit more about the calcination process, just in your words, and again, how it kind of relates in a practical sense to even, just our everyday journey, so to speak, if you can. Go ahead, David.
Sure. I think the calcination process is a very natural process, as far as we all sort of go through this in one way or another. Something to take away, I think, is the it's represented by salt, right? And salt is going to give you an idea of crystallized thought, crystallized belief systems, things that you know were always the truth. Were always, the things you grew up with, your parents' belief systems, things you never really questioned. And what happens is that as we identify as our beliefs and our thoughts and our material world, that's not going to sustain you, right? That requires you to constantly be looking outside of yourself for things. And if you are constantly doing that, you're really putting yourself in a state of lack. So what calcination is doing is burning away all of that stuff, right? Just slowly and surely in a hot flaming fire. A perspective that I like to think of it as is it's sort of the definition of of a hell, right? The more attachments we create, the more we keep, identifying with form as form in our life. And that can just be, your political party, whatever it is for you. The more attachment and crystallized that thought process is for you, that belief system is, the more flames have to come up to kind of burn that away. So you'll find that in the calcination process, we're constantly, you're constantly just seeing these sort of ego things that are popping up that, really, I love the idea of it being in a fire, because I think for a lot of us, that's what it feels like. It feels like this sort of uncontrollable blaze. And the alchemists sought to, do this intentionally. So the calcination is that first process of being like, yo, let's get to the heart of all your junk before we do anything else. Where is the stuff that we need to let go? And setting that on fire is a really great thing to do in the first step. I don't know if you want to.
Awesome. All right. Yeah, I'll just. Oh, sorry, audio was a little bit loud there. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah. Okay. So just kind of passing along this, and then we'll move into the next one. So again, other things related to calcination. Calcination, literally from like the work of the alchemists, the scientists, would have been when you would have a material and you would burn it to ashes. Literally to ashes, and then at its base level you would begin working with those to begin to create something new, to be able to build something new. Other aspects worth knowing about the process of calcination, it relates to, again, this is where we were talking about before, the chakras and stuff. The process of calcination relates to the lower chakras, relates to the sacral chakra, relates to the root chakra, and also physically relates to the activity of exercise, aerobics, and things like this. So this is, when you think about this, you're moving, you're out and you're running and you're jogging and you're doing yoga and tai chi and even things where you're sweating. What's happening there? You're like generating a heat inside of you that's literally burning things away. It's burning calories. We do this all the time. So this is us physically doing this, but we just don't think of it quite from this perspective of the alchemical process. And again, this shows up in your everyday social circumstances, or even just in your meditation process of, again, you cultivating the self-awareness to be able to realize the things that are no longer serving you, choosing to let them go, dealing with the uncertainties and the hardships and the trauma, which again is a lot of what we were talking about. That's what I was saying. Like, that's usually the first step of calcination, to be able to suddenly shift your paradigm, or to be able to help you shift your priorities, and to be able to see your strength and your ability to be able to overcome trials. So that's all we'll hit upon right here for the calcination, and then we'll move into the again, the distillation. And the last thing, so again, calcination relates to like the sun energy, the fire energy. It shows up within our physical world as like volcanoes and actual places where fire can live. Like this is a physical version of calcination in our world around us. So again, everything that we're talking about, you can see it inside of you, you can see it outside of you, as above, so below, microcosm, macrocosm. This is the teachings of the alchemist. This is the teachings of reality, right? That's what we're doing. It's like reality's handbook at a base level. And again, this is knowledge that has been passed through centuries. So there's something to it, right? Because this is observable. It's observable. Multiple people could study this and reach the same information by studying the interactions between things. Next one is dissolution. So dissolution, let me just kind of take a look at my notes here and everything. So dissolution, from what I understand, and again, straight up guys, like I said, I'm not admitting that I'm an expert on this. I wanted to do this topic so that I could learn alongside you. So that's what we're doing. We're literally learning alongside each other. But from my understanding, again, dissolution has a lot to do with kind of like the releasings of the waters. It is the opening of floodgates and generating new energies from the waters held back. Dissolution can be experienced as a flow and bliss and well-being, and actively engaged in creative arts without traditional prejudices, personal hangups, and hierarchies. So the dissolution is, again, you know, like the calcination. It kind of like fades away. It burns away even the old paradigm that says you're not good enough, you can't express yourself creatively, you shouldn't be, you know, like acting this way in a way that, again, is true to your authentic self. So once we've kind of like burned away our attachments to other people's, you know, opinions and perspectives and things like that, we start listening more to our heart space, and we start connecting more with this creative flow energy. And so again, the dissolution, it relates to again, kind of like the lower organs as well, but it also relates to the lungs. And I'll pass it over to David while I'm going over my notes here. And David, just again, give us a brief overview, because I don't think I did a clear job of explaining what dissolution is in itself. So David, go ahead, explain to us a little bit more about dissolution if you can.
Yeah, no. So for dissolution, you also, I like to think of it as, it's kind of like fully letting go of like everything that was kind of like repressed in your unconscious. It's all about that sort of those unconscious beliefs, those things that we didn't see, the water, our emotions, and beginning to deal with those in a way that's beneficial, that's helpful for us, and beginning to understand that that world exists, right? That inner life is something that matters when you're in the state of calcination. I also want to just throw in real fast, also, because we are fractal in nature, this process is also going to mirror your spiritual awakening process, right? Not just for you personally, but for us as a society in different levels. So just keep that in mind when we're going through this. But yeah, the dissolution is becoming aware of, you know, that underbelly, right? We all know that. You remember that when you're like, yo, my emotions are a thing. Wait a second, right? Like it's a beginning to become curious about that emotional intelligence, because it's sort of this getting familiar with the underworld of things. It's also going to involve, you know, a lot of dreams. It's going to be a lot of people. This is when you start really, I think Brendon hit on it, really beginning to kind of sense something, you know, may not know it's mystical yet, but in the dissolution, like it's really just another washing away of all this stuff. We think the calcination is a really sort of like a powerful masculine process. The dissolution is going to be a bit more feminine, and it's in the way that it begins to integrate you. There's a great alchemical phrase that's repeated over and over again through text, which is solve coagula, which means to separate and combine, or dissolve and combine, which I think is really great. But you'll watch through the alchemical process as we talk, we're separating and getting into the parts and letting all the stuff go away, and then we combine back into the stone, to the final stone. So dissolution is really that second step where we're like, oh, it's not just about the stuff on the outside and my ego attachments. Now I got to start looking within to some inner work and becoming curious about what that is for you.
Hmm. Perfect. All right, just hitting upon that, and we'll move into the next one. But yeah, that again, that does a good job of explaining it. And so again, just kind of reiterating, but adding a little bit more information. Again, with the process of the word dissolution literally means to be able to like bring things together or to be able to separate things. It depends. But yeah, so the fire burning away the illusions of society and all the things that you thought you once saw yourself as. So again, you can see this as like an early stage within a spiritual awakening. People are just like, whoa, everything I thought I knew isn't fully what I thought it was. And then again, once that's cleared, it creates space for the dissolution, which is again being able to, as David said, connecting with the underbelly, or you can literally think of this as the unconscious, connecting more with the feminine energy, connecting with the rejected parts of our mind. And so again, in this process of being able to do this, we're connecting with the parts of ourselves that may have been buried. So this is where again, it's the very much the watery process, the opening up of the floodgates as well. And again, there would have been like the actual part within the lab that would have been a part of this process, but I can't really explain it with the full vernacular just because it's not something that I'm 100% experienced with. And again, I mentioned earlier, this does relate to like the genitals as well as again kind of like the sacral chakra as well. So they kind of overlap a little bit through there. And I think there was just one more thing. Yeah, breaking down the artificial structures of the psyche by total immersion in the unconscious, non-rational feminine or rejected parts of the mind. So yeah, like David was saying, when we clear away the illusions of society, it gives us a chance to be able to connect with more of like the natural wisdom and mysticism of our heart and start seeing the world in a different way. And this is where, as we start moving into the next one, you can literally again map this out as a stage of your spiritual awakening, where in the next one, which is separation, it's interesting because we'll explain this a little bit more, but this is where one of the aspects of like, you're in this stage when you start kind of like noticing more synchronicities, like the universe wants you to go on this path, because this is kind of like the path for all spiritual growth and transformation. But yeah, it's something that we'll move into basically right now. So separation. Separation is the third operation of transformation in alchemy. Chemically, it is the high solution of the components of dissolution by filtration and then discarding any ingenuine or unworthy material. In the Arcanum experiment, separation is represented by the compound sodium carbonate, which separates out of water and appears as a white soda ash on dry lake beds. So again, this is where we burned away the stuff that wasn't there, but now we let the floodgates come open, so all this stuff kind of comes out from within us. And then this is where, again, this is kind of like the healing process, where we start looking at those parts of ourselves, and then we kind of decide which things to keep and which things to kind of let go of or delete or move away or thank and kind of continue to move on from. Because at this point, this whole process, this is a process of crystallizing and refining. And again, this is this idea of going back to the symbolism of the chiseling of the philosopher's stone. So you start off with like this boulder, and you're doing the calcination, you're chiseling, you do the distillation, you're chiseling, and again you keep doing this, and it's kind of becoming less and less, but also more and more at the same time. David, I'll pass it over to you. Tell us a little bit more about the separation process within the alchemical transformation. Go ahead, David.
This is, I would say, one of the more challenging.
Yeah, it's getting challenging to explain these eventually.
Yeah, this step is really powerful, because it really is. It gets into this idea of polarity. If you think about like on your journey, at this moment for separation, for a lot of people, it's challenging these ideas of right and wrong, good, bad, these opposites, these seeming opposites that you're beginning to realize that both sides are sort of valid, right? In the separation, you're seeing both sides of of yourself, and you're like, oh, there's some ugliness here. There's some, like, with beauty, there's ugliness, right? And understanding within yourself, like that is a necessity for the nature of reality. So what Brendon was saying about leaving, taking what's helpful and kind of leaving what's not, it really is that, just understanding that these aspects really, really dwell within you. And when you begin to balance that and live sort of in harmony with that, and understand that, like, the thing, an easy example is like, I thought I was super right about, my political affiliation, right? I thought that was the right thing. as we move into that separation process and begin to see like all those, when all those like lower things have kind of broken away, it opens you up energetically to look at the other side and go, well, that seems completely valid, and somebody believes this. I mean, this also exists within me. The separation of that can create a lot of dissonance for people, but when we do sort of grab hold of that and begin to create that balance and take the stuff that's helpful, it's an energetic release that shoots you into the next stage. But the separation process is massive. I also wanted to add, them doing the actual alchemical process is also like it's an as above so below practice, right? As it's happening in real time, as they're sitting there burning the fires, you know, dissolving the ash, and going through all the process, they're literally doing it physically, and it's being mirrored. It's a mirror of their unconscious, of their imaginative inner life, and doing both of those things in real time is sort of a symbolic but like really literal actual representation that both of these things kind of work in, I'm skipping ahead, conjunction. um but they both kind of work simultaneously. So beginning to understand separation and all of that, I think is incredibly helpful. Another thing that I think also comes up in that separation process is really getting nitty and gritty and understanding the masculine and femininity of things, right? Because that's really what's happened in the calcination. We got a really masculine pop. The disillusion, we got a really feminine pop, and now they're both. Now we have the stuff that's left, right? The both of them sort of accessible to you, but the parts that you want. And really that's what separation is about, is really just embracing what really resonates with you truthfully, because it resonates with you and not because, you know, somebody else said it.
Awesome. Okay, just hitting upon that, and then David, get ready. I'm going to pass it back to you to introduce conjunction. Excuse me, as well. So again, just hitting upon a couple of other notes here and just kind of summarizing again. So again, separation is the process of reviewing and reintegrating aspects of ourselves into our refined personality. So this is, again, you know, the process of being able to really sit and meditate and start looking at ourselves and start questioning beliefs and start questioning ideologies and start questioning thoughts about our own self-worth and all of these things, and begin structuring like a new narrative that's going to be more alignment with one that is a reflection of our visions and our dreams and our goals. So again, kind of becoming aware of the rational male mind that says like, oh, you can't do that, you can't do this as a job, you can't do this as an entrepreneur or something like that, or that's stupid, you shouldn't do that. Like, this is again where it's kind of like realizing where that's coming from, realizing that in itself is carrying like its own trauma and its own wound, and again deciding how you can even just be able to kind of like meet those aspects of yourself with kindness, but then to be able to find the ones that are more in alignment with your heart, with your soul. And in the process of doing this, again, through the psychological separation is the flowing and the controlling of the breath, and the breath is what brings forth new energy into the body. So this process of separation, it also relates to the breath within the body, the breath, the yin, the yang, the inhale, the exhale. But again, also the process of when you separate things, it kind of creates like a spin, it creates like a momentum. Again, this is where you start getting into the symbolism of the codicius, the serpent energy, the kundalini energy kind of moving up, and that sort of dynamic, which again begins to, as I already said, just be able to bring about a new renewal of energy into the body. And this relates again chakra wise to the solar plexus, so again kind of more the stomach area, but also the lungs as well. And this shows up, the separation shows up within our nature in society, again even just through the way that we separate ourselves as groups. We do this all the time. We separate based on, you know, like borders and clans and race and everything like that. We do this all the time, but again, it's in the process of also, like, you know, through separating that we can also also kind of like see the duality and the illusion of duality, and then to be able to also, again, as we continue to move forward, be able to see like more of the unity, but at the same time choosing, you know, which aspects of those duality do we continue to move further, which is going to continue to help us create. And again, as we literally said, like you're crafting your spirit, you're crafting your soul, and you're fading, you're dissolving again the things that don't serve you, but you're intentionally like bringing yourself into this optimal, another level of human being, which requires will, like it requires like some sort of degree of self-consciousness, though I'm sure there are aspects of this self that would just kind of like happen naturally. And again, we're seeing this, like if you, what David was saying, when we're looking at this from a micro macro, if you look at society, you can see where calcination is taking place. You can see where the dissolution, and you can see where the separation. And even again, I know this was mentioned in the chat, dissolution, the word dissolution, literally disillusion, breaking out of the illusion. So you can start to see again how this is something that's happening on the macro scale. So when we start to recognize it within ourselves, we can start to recognize it in the outside, and we can start to accelerate it and just become more conscious of it and consciously orchestrate it, which again will also, as you know, as we've talked about, if you want to change the world outside, you change the world inside. If you want to create peace in the world, you create peace within yourself. And this is ultimately what this is doing. This is moving us into more of a place of, as you move through this journey, you're just much more, you're like Neo waking up in the Matrix, dudes. Like that's what this is about. This is us like just kind of getting in a place where we're just like very in our heart, in Zen and in service and connected. And again, a fully realized and actualized like soul, divinity in human form, showing up in service. That's what we're here to be able to help, again, lead people towards that story. So thank you everyone again for just showing up and listening to this, and then continuing to take what you learn from here to just continue to motivate you through your own journey of alchemical transformation. Moving into conjunction, David, I'll pass it over to you just to give me a chance to be able to read over some of my notes. And David, when you're ready, conjunction is the next one.
All right, so conjunction, this is for a lot of spiritual people kind of it's like a low-key trap because this is the thing, this is the opening, the first conjunction, the coming together of the lunar feminine energy and the solar masculine energies coming together in the heart, and this is going to resonate with the fourth chakra, and it's a powerful moment. I know anybody who's, you know, felt that the alchemists had a name for it. They called it the lesser stone, right? The formation of the lesser stone. It's for anybody who's had one of those experiences where it was like, you know, be it psychedelic, just, you know, a deep meditation thing, in forms of samadhi, whatever it may be for you. When you become, it's the conjunction stage is when we first begin, what's happened after we've separated, we've opened up this sort of energy channel. You freed up the energy by getting rid of all the stuff that's keeping you stuck. So in the conjunction phase, now we're moving into the heart and we're connecting with spirit for the first time, and in a really, really powerful way. And really, like, it really, for me, feels very just, it's a kind of a magnificent moment for a lot of folks. And on your spiritual journey, a lot of the time that kind of moment of conjunction can feel like I've made it, right? One of the colors that's associated with this is kind of a golden hue, right? So it's it's like your first sip or your first piece of cake ever, your first bite of cake ever. You're just like, whoa, my eyes have been opened. I know everything. We all have that sort of phase in our awakening where you're just like, I can do kung fu, but there is more work to be done. And but the conjunction part is so powerful because I think it's really one of the more visceral just moments of the alchemical process in which you really begin to merge with spirit for the first time and start to integrate those lower states into the higher centers up there.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Thank you, David, for again just helping us get a little bit more information there on this one. And sorry, just give me a second here, team. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I apologize, guys. I just realized my like gain was up on my mic and it shouldn't have been. So if my mic sounded weird for the past while, I apologize, but hopefully that should be a bit better now. But again, just moving a little bit further here with conjunction. Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting because conjunction is often explained as being very much similar to birth. It's a literal birthing process. two things come together to be able to create something new. It is the birthing of the unified soul, which again brings together the male and the female, or in more metaphorical sense, brings together the spirit and the physical. So this is again kind of what we were talking about with transcendental experiences, with psychedelics. It can be this thing where you feel like you're like merging with something. You're like, oh my goodness, I'm reconnected. And this doesn't have to be psychedelics. Again, this can happen purely just through states of community and deep connection and love, and even with nature as well. So yeah, this one's very much about moving the energy up. Again, we started at the root, moving it up through the solar, the sacral, and now we're starting to bring it more into the heart chakra. So again, this is a good landmark for us to be able to aim towards. I think for a lot of us, this is what we're trying to create within society. We're trying to create conjunction. We're trying to bring together the opposites. We're trying to create unity. We're trying to create a new way of being able to see the world through the wisdom of the heart, and to be able to bring more love into the world. So this is a very, very powerful one for us to be able to understand and to begin to kind of like focus towards. The next ones after this, again, it starts to get like a little bit more advanced, but this is a very, very, very important one that gives us a very clear direction on where it is that we can move towards. So again, burning away the bull poop in society, allowing our emotions to come through, separating things and reassessing, and then bringing together the union of opposites to be able to create a new paradigm or a new vision of how we both see our world and see our communities and see our culture and see our connection to this reality around us. So David, is there anything else related to conjunction that you want to be able to hit upon real quick?
Actually, it's kind of related to separation. Sifu said something in the chat that I wanted to mention, and
Go for it.
He just said something to think about is like planet-wise, we're sort of in that process of separation right now, which is, I just think that should be. I want to note it just because it's a step in the process. I think a lot of people become really disheartened with the state of the planet, and understanding the alchemical process and how that fractal applies to literally everything. I think I'm not a fan of the word hope, but it does provide a certain level of hopefulness and understanding that we're going to get past this, right? We already are seeing people coming together in the heart, coming together and putting down these kind of separate things. And I really wanted to mention that because I think that's a really powerful point to make.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I knowing that this is like a roadmap gives us a sense of understanding of where we are. And different parts of society will be at different stages, but just giving us this understanding, it's like, okay, like I can see where I'm at. And so for those of you kind of within the context of your own journey, maybe you're going to start thinking about that ways and be like, oh yeah, like I'm feeling that conjunction stage. I'm feeling myself just being, I think back on where I was a year ago, and I really just feel like much more connected with my heart and with spirit and with community and with nature. If you're feeling that, then yeah, like you're in the process of the conjunction stage. But of course, that's the idea, right? Like it's not like you just like get to that next stage and then none of the previous work is applicable. You're always kind of doing all the stages simultaneously. It's just you're kind of like shifting your focus, because that's the thing. There will always be more stuff that will burn away. There will always be more emotions that will flood through. There will always be illusions to be able to break. There will always be discernment that you'll have to use to be able to separate things and rationalize and choose what to continue to integrate into the refined version of yourself. And so, yeah, just keeping that in mind and allowing this to, again, just create a little bit more of an understanding for what it is that you are going through as a human. And again, seeing this as a roadmap for what it is we're moving towards. And what we're moving towards is very, very, very exciting. So that's where we start to get into the next ones, which is fermentation. And again, this is where we're kind of starting to move up into the higher chakras, and we're literally making our way up into like the third eye, into the pineal gland. So I'll just talk a bit about this real quick, and then I'll pass it over to David. So again, with fermentation, a lot of you are kind of familiar with the word fermentation. You might think of this in relation to cheese, or you might think of it in relation to alcohol and things. The word fermentation, again, kind of similar to conjunction, it's a continuation process of creating something new, of birthing something new. So in the same way, the fermenting of milk occurs, and there's curds on cheese, and the fermenting of grapes creates wine. Again, with this process, it is about being able to begin to like craft the soul and the spirit. And this is where you start beginning to get into the process of literally, like I said, you're literally like creating your astral body. Not to say your astral body isn't already created, but it's more like you're beginning to connect with it, and you're strengthening that actualization, and you're beginning to create a more a consistent energy, like a consistent like just current of energy between your waking consciousness and like this astral body, this spirit body of yourself, and it's starting to begin to awaken more within you and start to become like a more part of your psychology and your understanding and your perception. So this is where, again, you know, moving from the heart space, this is where we start getting up into the higher chakras and working our way up through the throat. This one is also one that is often communicated through the throat. So this is where, when we start getting into the fermentation, this is where, and David, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is where, again, you know, people start getting into this process where they feel the urge to speak their truth. They feel the urge to want to be able to say, like, guys, like, have you figured this out yet? Like, this is happening. Like, this is like a spiritual awakening. Like, spirit is real, and law of attraction is real. Synchronicities are real. And here's my journey. And so this is where fermentation, it usually relates to the throat chakra, and it comes out through the throat chakra. So again, for each and every single one of you, you're going to start thinking of this. Oh yeah, what am I, like, I feel that, like, I'm like starting to birth new things into this reality consciously. I can feel a new version of myself showing up and speaking its truth. So I'll pass over to David, and I'll go over a couple more notes, and David, let us know any what else do we need to know about fermentation, or what I said, was that
Yeah, no,
on point?
I
Okay.
mean, that's exactly. But the fermentation process is interesting. There's a note that I want to read because it's just so glorious. Fermentation represents new life that is born from the putrefaction of another living organism, which I think is glorious, just because it's like it's this new life that's being birthed within you, of you. You know, it's kind of the virgin birth. It's really, really powerful stage and step. And yes, it's massively creative. Right now, you're beginning to, you know, you're creating from your truest self, or what you know to be a truer version of you. We've got all of the pieces, they've all kind of come together here, and now, after all that's kind of begun to settle, out of that fermentation comes new new ways to express ourselves. It's also a really interesting process because it's not clean, right? It can be a challenging part psychologically for a lot of people, the fermentation thing. And you know, maybe that has a lot to do with maybe not kind of being fully aware of all the pieces that are happening there, and wanting to create, because really what you're doing is, and this is an example, is it's like you were working with like half of, you know, yourself for most of your life, and now all of a sudden you've been kind of given access to this other half of you that is so massive that it feels overwhelming. And being able to integrate that and use that to express, to create, to do things like that can be a challenge for a lot of people. So that fermentation process, it's a crucial one. And really figuring out, I think this is a stage that, I mean, really, like, it's helpful to have gurus in your life, people that are going to come in and, you know, guide you in a way and assist you in a way where you can begin to really, really integrate this stuff, so that when you are beginning to express, when we are moving into the next stages, you know, you're doing things that you want to do. I don't subscribe to the idea of like falling backwards. I'm not a fan of that. But it's another, I think, you know, all of these are a trap, but it can be another trap to kind of, you know, stop the process at all of these stages. It can be interesting, like, it'd be a challenge to go, I got it, we did it, I'm doing it now, right? And to not realize this is a continuous process, right? The caduceus is it goes up and comes, it rises from earth to heaven and descends again to earth. And that's a really important thing to notice, that like we're not stopping here. So yeah, the fermentation process, it's releasing of this new you, this new level of creativity and some new birth. And it's a really, really great part of the process.
Awesome. All right, thank you, David. Just going to hit upon a couple other notes here, and then we'll move into distillation, which is the sixth one, and then we'll be on to the seventh one, and then we'll get back into some discussion here. One other thing that's worth mentioning about fermentation is that this fermentation also relates to being able to become more aware of your chi and the kundalini energy, like that energy activation and things. So if you're starting to notice like you're becoming more aware of your energy, that usually relates to the idea that you're in that stage of fermentation. It's kind of like the arrival of the spirit within you, even though again it's already there, but it's like the awareness of the arrival of the spirit. As David was talking about, it's like a part of yourself that you're meeting that you didn't even know you were missing. Like that's kind of a really big feeling. And then again, the idea that it comes often through the idea of speaking truth. And this is where within culture you'll see this through the expressions of art and creativity, and people who have had mystical visions and psychedelic experiences and lucid dreams and astral projections and transcendental moments and love and nature, and then they find ways to be able to kind of like bring that into this reality to be able to share that. There's also this interesting idea that it sometimes the quote unquote arrival, the soul and its arrival is, I'm putting quotes on that, is announced by what they often refer to as the peacock's tail. So this kind of relates to this idea that sometimes as people are doing this, I guess I'm kind of speaking based just on what's the information that I've acquired, but it relates to the idea of kind of like having visions where you may almost kind of be like seeing energy, or maybe it relates more to the meditations and things. So as you're starting to kind of notice, like again, people will kind of associate that with like third eye opening and things, and undeniably it does relate to that, but that's another thing that's just interesting to be able to note there. And yeah, so Mercury, so again, this relates to the Mercury, the throat chakra, and and this experience is like the basis for like religion on the planet and other different like spiritual beliefs and cultures. So basically like the fermentation, when it arose throughout our history, it usually would eventually turn into religious traditions and beliefs and cultures and stuff, because it's people having these moments where there's like, oh my god, I'm connecting with another part of myself, I'm connecting with something bigger than me. That's a big part of it. I'm connecting with God, I'm connecting with the universe. It's understanding that there is an undeniable presence there, connecting with something that is bigger than just you. That's a big part of the fermentation process. So it's not just a birthing of this, it's a birthing of this relationship and this vision. It literally is very much like a paradigm shift and beginning to understand and see things in a new way. So it's again that little shift. This would be a big shift from thinking of, just put it in a way people understand, from the shift of thinking, oh, I'm a human being having a spiritual experience, to being I'm a spiritual being having a human experience. Or even honestly, even just that first one in itself would still be related to fermentation, because some people have no idea that they're a spiritual being having a human experience. They just think they're a human being having a human experience. So just that little shift there of being like, oh my goodness, I'm a human being having a spiritual experience, like that would be the fermentation, and not just something that they read, but something that they feel, something that's like awakening within their heart. So again, the birthing, the opening of the seed, the opening of the heart, the opening of the lotus of the heart, the flower. So okay, let's move into distillation, and then after that we got coagulation, and then we'll pass it over to whoever wants to go after this. Go ahead, David, just tell us a little bit about distillation, and I'll go over some notes and we'll hit it back after that. Go ahead.
Distillation. So distillation is kind of like, if you think about it, it's like distilled water. You're boiling it to increase the purity, is like a way that I think is interesting to explain it. And it's really just beginning to just make sure it's kind of that final step of our last cleanup stage, right? We're really getting down to the nitty gritty. Distillation is ruled by Mercury, and Mercury is always changing. If we think about somebody who's mercurial, right? Hot one second, cold the next. A lot of the time in that distillation process, what we are integrating, and that's, going to connect to your third eye, is we're integrating like all of those shadow selves, all of that other stuff, where we're really getting down to how to purifying or becoming one, I guess, with this purified state, right? This is really that Kundalini rising into that third eye and having a really crazy powerful effect on you. And dealing with all of those unacknowledged things, all of the stuff that we weren't touching, that's what's coming up in this. I want to read this passage because I think this is a really helpful idea. And it's about this mandala, and in the mandala there's this unicorn and it's lying on the ground, but it says the sixth circle shows the unicorn lying on the ground in front of a rose bush. According to the legend, the unicorn runs tirelessly from pursuers but lies meekly on the ground when approached by a virgin. In this case, the virgin is the purified alchemist who is returned to the state of innocence through the release and purification of their emotions. And I think that's a really powerful way of understanding that, like, of where you are in that process. The thing on the other side of that other side that you're touching is this mystical unicorn, right? But in order to do that, it's not going to be it's not happening from chasing. We're not chasing this unicorn. We're not chasing this thing, which is also kind of a symptom of that process, right? You kind of get a taste and it's like, oh, I gotta reach enlightenment. I gotta do it. I gotta do all this stuff. What do I do? Can I take a Kundalini class? What? And it's like, it's that part of it, like I got my binaural beats today. But really what ends up facilitating that is not trying, not leaning into that attachment, just being and realizing. And when Mercury's not being or not doing something, right? When it's not being heated and melted, when it's not being cooled and solidified, it just is. And they're just these little gorgeous spheres and they just sit there, right? At room temperature. So I think it really does point us to this idea of being. And I think really, especially in that kind of third eye realm, getting comfortable with presence and being in the moment and sitting in the moment is one of the best things you can do for beginning to integrate all of the weird psychic poop that's going to happen to you in that process. If you're jumping, if something, you're seeing visions, this is where we get the false prophet idea. People who get these massive downloads and they say it's all about me because they think it's all about them. But this is real. But we have to be pure in order to touch that unicorn and it's the last step of letting all of that old stuff go. Behold, old things are passed away, all things have become new.
Awesome. Thank you, David. Just hitting upon that. We'll move through this as swiftly as possible. So yeah, just again, kind of reiterating, adding a little bit of additional information there. So again, this stage is basically about like making sure this is still a part of the birthing process. That's the thing. Like the one before that, again, even with the fermentation, which was about like the beginning of the birthing process. This is about being able to understand that even the next step, which again is going to be the coagulation, is kind of like the final stage. So as David was saying, it's like multiple stages within the alchemical process. It's like you clean things up and you bring them together. You clean things up and you bring them together. You kind of do this a couple times because you need to kind of filter things. You need to kind of go through things because you're not going to be able to kind of like assess things from the same degree of consciousness at a lower level that you can at a higher level. So again, this whole process of alchemy, as David was kind of saying, it's a process of, again, kind of like purifying and using the term purifying in a way that makes sense to your context. What would it mean for you to show up each and every single day and be like, okay, I'm going to purify myself, and not to say like purify like in a way where you're trying to meet an ideal, but again, purify just in the way where you're becoming aware of like little belief systems and little habits, and you're just kind of like shaving away the things that, again, won't really, as David was saying, like you need to kind of be able to, you're getting ready to quote unquote meet this unicorn, but if you still are holding on to certain things, you won't be able to quote unquote meet the unicorn. At least this is one way to be able to interpret it. So you're just trying to be able to like clear away as much of the stuff that doesn't need to be there, which is again kind of the idea of purifying. And again, purifying in a literal context could mean, simple things, just like changing your daily habits, changing your exercise routines, changing your habits, changing your relationship with your vices. And it's not to say that you can't still have vices, because it's always about moderation. We'll always remind you guys that. But again, it's about being conscious of your relationship to those things, especially in the material, both within the psyche of yourself, because the idea here is about being able to, again, be able to like create a version of like your personality that is just like very focused Focus would be a word that I would use to be able to explain it. So this is why it's not just this idea of like you're building your ego, but you're building like a version of yourself that is able to kind of like actualize and really show up both as a creator and as a bridge between these realms, and again to be able to show up and help others see this vision of unity. Like that is basically the idea, is that like this isn't moving us towards just claiming power. This is moving us towards the vision and the understanding of unity. So how the distillation shows up even within the collective, it shows up within the collective even through like kind of like the science and everything like that, and the objective experimentation. But in particular on the planetary level, distillation is the realization of the power of love as the life force from the entire that the entire planet gradually seeks to become one force in the true nature of a shared vision of truth. That's I was just reading that there. If it sounded like I was quoting it, that's why. But again, that's kind of like this idea that that's where we're working towards. So yes, as we were saying earlier, the couple stages before that, we were talking about being able to bring more of this heartfelt vision and understanding and artistic expression and speaking this truth. And then again, you know, we kind of continue to just kind of clean things up, get ready for that next step. But as we're doing this, we're really clearing the way, we're clearing the path. We're removing the dust from the lens of the heart to be able to see the light that shines through, that again reminds us of the unity that unites us as love. So this is something where, state the obvious, we talked about this, you know, we're going through this alchemical process on an individual level, but this is literally something the planet is going through. The planet is its own being, the planet is its own body. We are parts of the planet. It's happening on the micro and macro. So this is where the planet is literally going through the alchemical transformations of moving itself towards this shared vision of truth within love. And this, again, this is stuff that alchemists talked about. They know this stuff because they again, you know, they're just, it's fascinating. Anyways, David, anything else we need to mention on distillation, and then let's get ready to move into coagulation. Passing back to you, dude.
I'm good if you're good. Yeah, so coagulation.
Go for it.
Step 7. This is well, it's let's let me get my note real quick just because I want to make sure I have it. This is gonna be moon energy. Also, silver is the metal for this one. And the coagulation is really just the coming together of everything, right? It's the what is it? It's like the precipitation. It's the dropping down of the ferment into you. It's I guess it's the crown, right? It's the crown chakra of all of the stuff kind of beginning to integrate into your life. It's really an opening, right? And really this one is really powerful because it's really that it's that connection to spirit. It's when we begin to really feel that like gateway sort of opening and happening in your life. And that part in the process is really interesting. There's something I wanted to read really quickly because this is well, also I guess before I get there, it goes without saying, this is sort of the philosopher's stone, right? This is known as the greater stone. When you find the greater stone, and I want to stress finding the greater stone because there is sort of a 8th step that's not really there, which is that kind of returning home, returning to earth. But the finding of the stone is a really, really powerful moment because that philosopher's stone is great. And like everybody talked about earlier, that natural sort of personal alchemical process that happens with to all of us is now the circuit's complete, right? Now with that opening, we're above and below, and the whole thing's moving at one time, and that's a really, really powerful moment for a lot of people. And I don't really I don't know what else to say about that. It's the thing is, this is a great moment of opening for so many people, but it really does. I mean, it's required to find that, to bring it back home and integrate it into the next step. I can't really hit that enough. I know everybody talks about that spiritually, but specifically in alchemy, this stone is like not a stone. This is also the moment where people, I think it's called the elixir of life, also comes into play with this moment as well, right? The elixir of life that lives forever. If you think it's the alchemists, they're discovering the stone and the elixir of life, which is a masculine and feminine idea coming together within you as the alchemist and knowing that to be you. And then integrating that into your life and walking that into your next steps and knowing that, all right, there's a stone, let's burn it again. Let's get the ashes again, right? Phoenix rising from the ashes, and let's do it over and over and over again.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? You kind of like reach this process. You might do it once, and then throughout your life, you're going to do it like a million more times in little different ways. And it could be something where within a day, you might go through a circumstance where there might something that might erupt as an argument, and then it turns out that people are feeling this way, and then emotions come, and then you separate things, and then you break things down, and then you bring things together, and then you reach a resolution. Like that in itself was an alchemical transformation process that could happen just through you having a conversation with friends and family. So once you kind of become aware of this, that's where it becomes incredibly applicable. And that's where, again, we're giving you guys like a way of seeing the world where you can start to identify. And next time you see like people like arising in frustration, be like, ooh, like there's some calcination going on there. Okay, so what's the next step? Okay, let's pay attention to the emotions. What waters are coming through? Okay, let's separate those waters. Let's look at what's valid, what may be illusion, and let's kind of bring things back to the heart, heal, meet it with compassion, bring it a little bit higher, see it from a higher truth of love. And again, like this idea of the coagulation, I agree. It kind of gets to this point, and it's like, oh man, like you can feel it's hard to explain in words in a sense. It's weird because it's almost like within our mind, it's like you'll understand it when you're ready for it. But as David was saying, one of the aspects of this final stage of coagulation is also about the merging of the male and female. So this is what we were talking about. So like the merging of the hemispheres, so to speak. And this is what I was mentioning earlier, this idea of like returning to the Garden of Eden. It's about this is where it gets into, this is almost something for a whole nother podcast, but they kind of refer to this as the idea of like the alchemical marriage of being able to create like the unity of the energies within yourself. And as a result of doing this, again, this is where you kind of create this, what is thought of in some ways as being like, again, like a fully actualized version of yourself. That as you do this is also not just something where it's purely just psychological. This is also something that's related to the energy body. And it actually, theoretically, I guess this is my understanding, once you kind of reach these states, it allows your body to begin functioning at like another, in a different way, which again is what David was referring to, where it relates to the elixir of life. So as you've kind of reached this aspect of realization, it's like your soul is kind of like charged up and more present, and it vivifies the body. So again, and part of the reason is that like, yes, as you go through this journey, a big part of your journey for some of us will literally be the transformation of our physical body alongside with our physiological or psychological or spiritual as well in some ways. So as you kind of move through this journey of alchemical process, for some of us, it literally will be this idea of changing the way we relate to diet and food and exercise and sleep and water and sunlight and all those little things. And as we do this, we just create like another again level of what the body is capable of, that just becomes this again something that can show up in a way that can perhaps like live longer than we once expected, so to speak, was kind of what the philosophers, so again, this isn't just my idea, this is like what the philosophers were talking about. As you move through this process, this is where they kind of say that in doing this self-actualization, it actually is potentially like opening you up to, again, this kind of like elixir, being able to tap into more vitality and being able to live life in a way that could be prolonged as well. Again, if I'm explaining that wrong, I apologize, again, because I'm still kind of just like being able to try and practice putting this into words as well. But just kind of finish it off here, and I'll pass it off to David, and then if anybody else wants to jump in on this, please, by all means, especially if there's things that you want to even just kind of like give some other perspectives on. Again, this is something that shows up in society as kind of the living wisdom that is inside each and every single one of us. And again, on the planetary level, on the conscious level scale, this is again kind of like returning back to that Garden of Eden, the unification of these energies and the reclaiming of the knowledge. And as we kind of said, the idea here is that once you kind of show up in this space, you're also showing up in a way where you're capable of being able to be in service and assist others and be a mirror for others to be able to help hold space for their alchemical process and their journeying as well. So yeah, David, let me just let's get close to wrapping this up, but anything else on coagulation or any concluding thoughts on what we've talked?
Just real quick, I really love the point you made about it being a moment to moment thing. This thing happens. I can't stress this enough. This process is really the universe breathing. Everything is doing this. I just picked up a pen. That was alchemy, right? I did that, right? This sentence, everything that happens is doing this. And I say that because it's something you can't really know until you know, until you experience it. But I want you to start thinking that way, because this is really an expansive way of understanding things and beginning to integrate that into your everyday life. And just real quick, the last thing was a quick story, like you said. Today, I had an instance where I had to go to the post office. We all know what the post office is like. It's like whatever, right? So I noticed that as I'm going to the post office, I'm on the driving, and I go, ooh, I feel like kind of gross. I was noticing some anxious stuff come up, right? Let's get rid of that. Let's burn that away. First, calcination, done, gone. Like, let's go. Because that's not me. I don't know what that is. Next step, I go, all right, well, there's some emotions here. I'm feeling some sort of emotionality about this inner work. Beginning to realize that I don't have to be a slave to how I feel right now. Knowing that, and then going into the post office, I'm like, you know what? This isn't helpful for me to go in with this judgment, with this angry judgment, which means me into separation, because I'm judging these people at the post office as good and bad. Oh, I wish you were a good one and you're a bad one. You're a whatever, you're this. Let go of that judgment. That moves me into my heart space. Boom. All right, well, I've let that go. What do I want to do? Well, no, this is a little bigger than me. I mean, I'd like to move with a state of acceptance, right? And knowing that whoever I deal with at the post office, like, I'm just going to try to live through a state of acceptance and understanding. And when I move into the post office, like, I'm going to begin to express, this level of gratitude and understanding that, like, there's the fermentation, the new me that I'm going to give to them is going to happen. Distillation, finally, the last, like, this step finally was when I got to the post office, and I was like, oh man, I got the mean lady. There's this one lady, right, who's like, oh, she's the one who cusses everybody out and ignores everybody, like, and looks them in the face. And I'm like, well, this is the thing, right? This is when I really got to deal with, okay, well, let's head on over there. I got to say, you know what? That was then. That isn't me today, right now. We're going to work with the real dope shit. And moving into the final stage of coagulation, I fully declare everything that happens right now is going to serve me. Everything that happens in this moment is going to serve my highest good. And I move to the teller and we have a conversation. I have to interrupt her, mind you. I interrupt her. She doesn't, excuse me. It was just, the interaction was glorious. She helped me. I felt like she was smiling at one point under her mask. And it was just this really glorious realization of this sort of philosophy, this philosopher's stone moment where I was like, I'm not going to let this inner situation dictate I'm not going to let this outer situation dictate my inner situation. I'm going to run the show today. And thinking about alchemy on a very practical level like that. And now, like right now, we're coming back and I'm thinking about how I can take that into the rest of my day, into this right here, into the rest of my life. I don't want to integrate that into everything, which is that 8th step. So I think that's another way of just helping to kind of solidify these ideas of alchemy as well.
That's awesome. Yeah, absolutely, David. And again, just kind of finishing off here, as we kind of get to this process, what is this? This is simply the path to the awakening of consciousness to more sovereignty for ourselves, for us to be able to bring more mindfulness into our daily lives, and again, to be able to realize how our actions affect others. David, what he just did there was an example of social alchemy. He showed up with intention. He made a difference. He could have brought in his base emotions and just kind of complained about it the whole way, but instead he he decided to be able to bring more awareness into it. And lo and behold, he did something that might have made a difference in somebody else's day. Even if it was subtle, it still adds into the collective. So again, just finishing off here with coagulation, and then we're gonna pass it around here. Again, literally, this isn't just my words. Literally, again, the coagulation, it relates to the pineal gland, and it relates to this idea of there's actually what they talk about is like a secretion of an actual fluid that can take place within the pineal gland once you kind of get into this process, which again can be a part of like there's probably a more complex meditation process, but they literally refer to the coagulation as the there's a part here where, but anyways, it's the creation of the second body is what they refer to it. So the psychological process creates the second body, and it's a body of light that emerges, as they say, like it emerges in the crown of the chakra. So again, this is where literally just to be able to bring things full circle to people, we're talking about ascension and things like this. I've always kind of thought of it from multiple perspectives, but one of the basic ideas is that I feel when we're talking about ascension, as David was saying, is about being able to go up, but then it's about being able to loop back down and create that full cycle. Ascension isn't legitimately just like, we did it, guys, like I'm awakened, and then whoop, and then you just kind of fly away. No, like that's as much as you might want to, and if some do that, that's fine. But again, it's about being able to be the bridge between yourself and higher consciousness, to be the bridge between yourself and 5D and 3D, to be the bridge between the crown chakra, the heart, and the root. That is where the awareness of us individually as alchemists is our awareness as co-creators, as shifters, as light guardians, as light workers, whatever term you want to do. It relates to purpose, and your purpose within your soul is to be able to help your mother, to help with the collective shift in consciousness. It is literally what you're being called towards. That's why it is your nature. This coagulation process, the transformation process, it is literally your nature. And so once you start to become more aware of your nature, you can start to kind of like see how it shows up and start bringing in more of these understandings within the regular everyday life. Let's David, what you said, because like again, like the unofficial 8th steps is just about reintegration. Can you just mention a bit about that, and then we'll conclude it here. And anybody else, again, please feel free to wrap it up. Let's kind of keep a time limit here. We'll get close to wrapping it up within 60 minutes, just because I feel like this is like already like going to be a 4-hour broadcast. David, final thoughts here, and then
I don't know if I have any more on that. I feel like Sufu might have something though, because I feel like he just dropped something.
Yeah. Okay. If there's nothing else there from your end, then yes, I did want to be able to pass it to Seafood. Let me just check in. Did anybody else feel like there was something that they wanted to be able to hit upon, just in relation to those topics, or even just be able to give us feedback? Gleb, even just be able to give us feedback, especially if that was new to you. Like for those of you in the chat, drop some 1111s if that was like valuable information. And David, good job, dude. That was awesome. I'm glad me and you just got to be able to like practice talking about that. That was like a mini presentation within our podcast that we did. So good job there, dude. Thank you for helping. Okay, we're going to pass it over to Sifu, who jumped in halfway through the episode. Sifu is a regular member within our community. Welcome back, Paul. And go ahead, talk to us either just about what we talked about, or again, the general perspective of spiritual wisdom of alchemy. And also please feel free to introduce yourself. Welcome, Sifu. Go right ahead.
Did Gleb want to go first? I'm quite happy to wait.
Gleb, are you okay if Paul goes first? Is that okay? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so Paul, go ahead, and then we'll pass over to Gleb. Thank you, Gleb.
Hi. Okay. Thank you, Skull. Right, so my name's Paul Brighton, aka Sifu Boggy. Sifu means guide muse, somebody who points you along the path, who helps you on your way. Boggy is my martial art, my spiritual, and my healing name, and it means the balancer between the chaos and the calmness, which sort of goes into this. So the alchemical process is also the hero's journey. If you look up the hero's journey, all those processes are in there. And both Skulk David did a freaking awesome job of explaining this and going through the whole process. But it is a circle, it is a cycle, and you get the diamond or the up here, so you see the Tai. A lot of people call that yin yang, but its actually name is Tai Chi. Tai Chi means unity, the balance between the divine feminine, the divine masculine, the sacred child, all come together to create Tai Chi, to create that unity. But we keep going, we keep doing. You have to remember, physically, we are the cooking pot, we are the alchemical pot. and the traumas that happen in our life are just there. They're processes. They're poo that we're going to turn into manure to help things grow. You know, I always say that our traumas are seafoods. They are our seafoods. They will help us grow. And, you know, because at first we see these things as good or bad, going through that list again, you see things good as bad. But when you realize everything just is, even the people that treated you mean are going through their own processes. They're going through their own stuff. And when you start realizing that, and you give them, send them love, and you allow that, accept, oh, okay, that's just part of their process. They change. When you change, they change. As above, as the mighty skull always says, as above, so is below. Everything's all interconnected and integrated. And so this alchemical transformation is happening, as David said, every single day. It can happen every single day. You can go through this process every moment, not just every day, but every moment. And that whole point of is you grow, you experience, you learn. Don't forget, part of that process of the fermentation. It's new poo comes in, new stuff comes in. How are you going to deal with it? Are you now better than you were before? Which is, again, look up the hero's journey. It will show you that you get to a certain point where Luke Skywalker was got his new powers and really was starting to figure it out. And then things happened to test him. So, you start understanding things, you'll get tests. You'll get, new things will come through to test you on what have you learned? Have you really learned? The master will go, oh, you think you know Kung Fu, do you? Bosh! Oh, I think you need to learn a little bit more. But so it's always a continuous growth. It's always a continuous process. And everything expands and grows. But this is the whole point, is that, and well, it is that one, for me, and the ancient knowledge, because so I do qigong, I do reiki, but I also do Chinese reiki, which is called shun qi shen, and qigong, yoga, meditation are all alchemical processes. They are there to help you transform one thing into another. That's what we do. That's what they're there for. And the whole point is that our realization is we are spiritual beings in a physical reality, in the physical world. We already were at the top, and we're here to experience it in a different way. That's the point. We think, oh, I want to get to heaven, or get to whatever you call heaven. You're getting back. For starters, you've already were it. You already know all the path. You already know the journey, but you want to experience it. To experience it means you have to forget that route. So it's like you're playing the game. You knew the game, and you created the game, but you want to play it. You want to experience it. So you forget. Oh, if I turn left, I get the gold. You allow yourself to make mistakes, and you allow yourself to. So you're going through these processes. You're going through this understanding to grow, to flow, and to expand. But as any good seafood should say, hey, what do I know? And that's me done.
Awesome. Thank you, Paul. Pleasure as always being able to hear you share your wisdom. Thank you for joining in nice and bright and early from all the way over in the UK. So thank you, Paul, again. Beautiful. Okay, team, let's pass over. Gleb, you want to be able to jump in? Thumbs up on that? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Pass over to Gleb. Gleb, go ahead. Just introduce yourself and give us some thoughts on spiritual wisdom of alchemy. And as we do this, team, there's a couple other things I just want to be able to share. But anybody else, if you haven't talked yet, please feel free to let us know. And we're moving towards the wrap up eventually. Go ahead, Gleb. Thanks.
Okay. So my name is Gleb. My TikTok is Gleb-the-Titan. If you guys want to check me out. So yeah, that's fantastic. I like kind of going last because it kind of helps me adjust what kind of in my life are things that are alchemy, or like whatever topic we're going through. So apparently, back in my early spiritual development, I used to eat meat in order like to alchemize the negativity inside myself, because I really didn't have an external barrier to bash through in order to kind of move on. So I used to eat meat, so that could speed up, and now I just eat chicken sometimes, just kind of like, instead of waiting for something bad to happen in order to test me, I just kind of like eat a piece of meat with intention and just allow that to kind of like ferment inside my body, and then allows me to kind of like release that emotion through my body through its chemical processes. So apparently there's this guy named Martin Martin Cabello 7 on TikTok. And he talks about how Christ consciousness, the idea of Christ consciousness, him sacrificing himself. I'm not saying that Jesus didn't exist. I'm just saying that the archetype of Jesus right now we're talking about really relates to alchemy, because he represents the energy that then sacrifices itself, crosses over, dies on a cross into matter, and then that is our daily bread and our physical reality. Right now I'm sitting with a bunch of different stuff like fire and earth and cinnamon and sound bowls. I'm really getting in tune with the 4 elements. Like, I'm rewatching the Avatar: Last Airbender, and it's really helping me to alchemize within myself, like the toxicity, negativity in terms of physical energy affecting my body and my spirit. You guys are fantastic in terms of like explaining things. I almost feel like I'm a child again. Like, I can see a childish energy inside each one of you. It's like being in elementary school again. It's fantastic. Yeah, exactly. It's very important. I'm now really discovering myself in terms of, like, apparently I have ADHD and dyslexia. I mean, I kind of thought I knew I had a dyslexia. Yeah. Dyslexia is not a bad thing. It's just we just see things in a different way. We just need to be taught in a different way. People with mental illness in general are people. Just more centered. Anyway, people with mental illness aren't, like, they're just misunderstood, because they have a evolutionary point where they're disharmony in the harmony that's going to come. Like, within a harmonic spectrum, there's always these notes that are not quite right. They don't sound good in terms of, like, chords and stuff. We are those, the people with mental illness are those shifting energies that are towards the good, but they're not understood by everyone correctly, because we're moving from the 3D into the 5D, and from the material into the spiritual. Like, the transition in that time frame between the past and future, there's this disharmony that is mental illness, ADHD, dyslexia, depression, anxiety. And I posted a video on my TikTok recently, just maybe I think it was today, just having a thought. People with ADHD and ADD are just people with a more open heart. That's why things that affect the heart, like emotion and self-esteem, really strike it hard, because they're just like, oh, I have a thing. Ow, you hurt me. What is that kind of mentality? Like, you don't know what's going on. But once you do know, you start to learn about yourself and about others and how to help them deal with their stuff. And then they're like, oh, okay, I did that. This happened to me. This trauma happened to me. I was bullied in school. I was abused by my parents, even though they, don't know a thing about the fact that they abuse people, especially narcissists. I'm getting started on narcissists. Anyway, just pay attention to your feelings. Your feelings, your heart center, is literally your compass in this troubling, disharmonious time. Like, you will not go wrong if you just focus on your body and what your body is saying, and allowing yourself to just feel, allowing the alchemy to just happen. Don't just get stuck on one thing, like, oh, boom, like I said, you just, oh, I'm done with this. Now you're just creating more disharmony when you're getting stuck there. You're just kind of like dissolving your own progression when you're getting stuck in one point. That's basically like allowing the trauma to just kind of sit in your body. Read The Body Keeps Score. That's a really good book on how trauma affects your physical body, not just your mental state. People with rejection sensitive dysphoria, which is ADHD, really have a hard time with their heart chakra, because as soon as like any kind of rejection happens, boom, your heart chakra is basically closed until you deal with that trauma. And that's physical pain that happens right here. I'm still moving through that and allowing myself to feel and just kind of let it out and allow it to just flow through you, allowing yourself to just like just water, just washing it like water, allowing it to burn and just being washed away. Really, meditation is nice, or journaling is nice, but find the thing that allows you to just flow and release the tension. That's all I have to say.
Awesome, Gleb. Thank you so much. And there was something you were talking about earlier with the symbolism of Christ on the cross, and I actually just wanted to be able to read. There's a comment. There's a comment relative to that was posted on the video that I posted earlier today about trying to explain alchemy to your friends. And side note, thank you everyone who's been engaging with that. But I'll just read the comment here because it just kind of explained the same thing with a little bit more detail. It's not something this is kind of what I was talking about earlier, where I was talking about there's literally this process, like it's like an actual scientific thing where there's like a secretion from the pineal gland or the pituitary gland that releases throughout the body, and it like sustains the body. So I'm just going to read this part here, and then we're gonna get close to wrapping it up. I can tell my throat's getting a little bit sore, but anyways, this was from Michelle Chelsea. They said, "I'm excited to watch. I hope the topic of inner alchemy through the oil secretion / Christ oil gets brought up, etc., etc., etc." She just says a couple things here, jumping ahead, and I asked her, I'm like, "Can you explain a little bit more about it?" And she says, so again, this is about oil secretion and Christ oil. She says, yes. So once a month, I'll read it slowly. Once a month, when your moon is in the sun sign that you were born under, an oil is released from the calstrum in your brain and goes down your spine into your sacral plexus. There it rests for 2.5 days, then raises back up to be released to your pineal gland, and then awakens dormant cells in your brain and helps you to be more your true spiritual self. During these 3 days, you have to be very quote unquote holy. And again, kind of what we were talking about earlier about like the purifying holy. She put holy in quotes in a sense, and abstain from pleasures and eat an alkaline diet. Pay attention to your diet. Apparently, this process is what the crucifixion of Jesus is symbolic to. Research raising your chrism for better understanding chrism, CHRISM, raising your chrism. I've heard people talk about that, and again, it's one of those topics where it's like I came across it so long ago, and it was relative, and then just going back to it now, again, I'm still completely fascinated by it, but again, just with what Gleb was talking about there, I just wanted to be able to add a little bit more clarity to that. And again, I that's something that I would encourage people to look more into if they feel called. But that is an interesting idea, that through this process of like literally like the brain releases a chemical that kind of goes down and comes back up. But if we're not aware of it, we're probably not utilizing it. Is there something there that maybe, has been happening our entire life that we haven't really fully been aware of? And how can we kind of create space for that energy to be able to be cultivated more? Which again can kind of help us become more of our true spiritual self. So it could help us even, like open like new parts of our brain, so to speak, or just like new ways of seeing it. Again, I can't say for sure whether or not it is or it isn't, but it's just an interesting idea. And if it's something that you want to be able to do some more research on, again, looking up raising your chrism, because again, I think it does point towards this very important idea that our physical bodies are incredibly powerful and beautiful and magnificent and dynamic and complex. And straight up, as we are starting to learn, even just through the awareness of things like chakras and energy centers, there are aspects to our body that for many of us are a mystery. And so what if there are these almost like little like features and aspects and components to our body that if we were to become more aware of, we would actually be able to like integrate a behavior that supports them and supports the energy and the transformation that they can help bring into our day-to-day life. And again, at the end of the day, I think the intention there is to be able to cultivate more of your consciousness and to awaken more of your consciousness, to awaken more of your awareness, and again, to be able to help show up in service as we keep going back to. So at the end of the day, just keep smiling at the people who are working at the grocery store. Just keep it simple and just keep doing that, and then go home and meditate and do your mantras and all that, and the rest of it is important, but it's all important. So okay, team, thank you again everyone for joining in. We're just at about 3 hours, or maybe are we at 3 hours or 4 hours? I think we're at 3 hours. No, we have 4 hours. We have 4 hours. I think oh my goodness, we're at 4 hours. I think I just realized. I'm like, oh, okay, all right, so we'll just keep moving along here, and let's get into closing ideas, remarks, things you kind of want to either just gratitude you want to express, or even just closing reflections on maybe something you learned today, how your paradigm shifted today, anything of that nature. So just getting a quick survey. We're going to pass it over to Devin. Who else wants to just be able to add it? Kat. Okay, Kat, you're okay if Devin goes first? Or do you need to go first? You're okay? Okay. All right, so pass it over to Devin, then Kat. Who else wants to just kind of add in some closing thoughts? Anybody else? Kaci, pass it over to Kaci, and anybody else? And then after that, we'll just get into a closing meditation. So awesome. Great job, everyone. Just in advance, as we get close to wrapping this up, this was phenomenal. So good. I like what Gleb was saying. Yeah, it does feel like elementary school, like in a collaborative, cooperative sense. Like that's seriously the vibe. It's like, let's learn about alchemy together. Yeah. And create some half-ass Bristol board presentation. I feel like I need to do that now. Go cut out some diagrams and stuff. Anyways, okay. Devin, passing it over to you. And when you're ready, go right ahead.
Hey everyone. I was actually just sending my goodnight message. This has been a beautiful 4 hours. I have learned so much and connected with more people, and I didn't even know it was going to happen. So I look forward to seeing y'all again. Alchemy, it's a forever thing. We're on the journey. We're going to continuously be learning. Wherever you're at, be okay with that. And that is my last piece, is that for anyone here listening, getting them vibes, just be in acceptance and do what you can in those little actions every day, and do it from the heart. I will love where I am right now. Yeah, you are on it. Sending y'all all the love. Good night.
Awesome. Devin, thank you so much. And again, thank you for just adding your heart and your wisdom to the discussion tonight. Wonderful. All right. Okay. We'll pass over to Kat. There was one thing I forgot. We'll do this after we kind of mentioned. This is cute. We'll do this later. It's just kind of a wrap up. This is like a survey where there's like different questions, and you rate it for yourself on a scale of 0 to 5, where it's never true or often true. And they're like little questions about everyday life. And if you answer these, it'll help kind of give you a perspective on where your transformation and where your consciousness is at. But we'll get back. We'll get over to that in a second. Kat, give me 2 seconds here. I'm just going to be able to adjust the gain filter for you. And Kat, passing over to you. When you're ready, go right ahead.
So ditto what Devin said. Definitely, you guys are amazing. Just the energy, what I would say, pretty much the same thing. Just don't get discouraged. Don't get discouraged. We have so many reasons to think negatively or to see things in a negative perspective. Again, that's perspective. Just do your best. Just do your best, and don't get discouraged. And if you do, when you do get discouraged, reach out to somebody. Don't go in your troll hole. Don't put yourself in your spiritual sad victim mode, because we're better than that, and we're stronger than that. We're stronger than we know. Every single one of you is stronger than you know. Reach out to somebody. This is what spiritual community is for. Reach out to somebody. Get connect with somebody you vibe with. There are way too many people on every single platform for no matter how you're feeling. So please find somebody you can vibe with, even if it's just one person. You need community. We all do. We all need community. We all need support. We all need to feel that love. We all need to feel supported sometimes. We all fall down. And you know what? Most of the times we can pick ourselves back up. Sometimes we need help. And don't be ashamed or afraid, or don't vulnerability is a good thing. Being vulnerable and asking for help takes courage, and it takes a lot more strength than it does to go be a victim in your hole. So have courage and be vulnerable and show your vulnerability, show your emotions, show your strength by reaching out to others, because that's how we encourage one another. Is stronger together, we're stronger. Take one chopstick, you can break it. You take 5 to 10 chopsticks, you cannot break that shit. You can't break it. So find your chopstick. I love you.
Awesome. Kat, thank you so much. We love you too. And again, just thank you for being here and for sharing your guidance and your energy. It's an honor to be able to share this space with you. So thank you, Kat. Beautiful. Okay, team. So again, just kind of checking in here as we get close to wrapping it up. Who else wanted? Kaci, you wanted to go. So Kaci, I'll let you go, and then I'll do that little like quiz thing in a second. So Kaci, passing it over to you, and please feel free to briefly introduce yourself, and again, any just thoughts on tonight's episode and anything else you'd like to add. Go ahead, Kaci. Welcome.
Hi. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Kaci. Just give me 2 seconds. I just gotta pull down the gain filter. Okay, now you're good. Go ahead.
Cool. Yeah. Tonight's been so informational and so awesome. I know someone was talking about like imagination and how all of us as kids, and I just like thought of this too. All of us as kids have imaginations, like have that spark of just awesomeness of what the mind can do, really. And I don't know where I was going. But the real world kind of knocks that out of you. But you just got to find that inspiration again, really. And you can find it again, and just live one day at a time. And yeah, but I was gonna say something else, but now I can't remember.
It's all good. Thank you, Kaci, and yeah, just thank you for being present and learning, and I love the idea that again, you know, you're here as a student alongside of us. So if it's like, I'll just check in with you, Kaci. Like with stuff we said tonight, as again, it's complex stuff. Did it make sense? Like, did it land with you in some way? Did you learn something?
Oh yeah, I was able to like piece a lot of stuff together, and like, oh yeah, I remember learning that in like just going out in the woods and being like, oh yeah, I know this for some odd reason. It's just intuition, and it's like, it's like a faint memory. It's like deja vu. Oh, there, now it's gone. Crap. Okay.
Totally. Yeah. And again, that's a big thing that we talk about, not just with this episode, with a lot of the episodes. It's this idea that, you know, this stuff, we're learning it together, but so much of it is this journey of walking each other home. It's a journey of remembering. So yeah, this alchemical knowledge is again the knowledge of spirit itself, right? It's consciousness itself. And so we're seeing ourselves. So that's why we're like, oh, that makes sense. That sounds familiar. So yeah, no, keep following that resonance. And even as Gleb was saying, you know, just really being able to bring yourself to the heart and navigating from that space, things just kind of naturally unfold at the pace and the rate that they're meant to as well. So yeah, awesome. Kaci, anything else that you want to share in the moment? Even just gratitude.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you as well, Kaci. Awesome. Great to have you here.
Thank you.
Beautiful. All right, team. So let's wrap things up here. This is gonna be a fun little quiz here. I didn't really even fully plan to do this. So if you guys want to take out a pen and paper, please feel free to do this. You're gonna be able to create a score for yourself by the time you're done, or you can write this out on a notepad. This is totally optional. You can just do it in your head. You don't even have to add this up. What this is from the book. David's familiar with this book. This is a book all about the alchemy of personal transformation, again, based on the Emerald Tablet. So, and side note, right? Like, we didn't really, Chris talked about the Emerald Tablets, but yeah, go find translations of the Emerald Tablets if you really want to get more into the Hermetic stuff. But this is kind of like a modern day way of talking about Hermeticism in the Emerald Tablets in a way that's like meant to be applicable. So what we're going to do here, we are going to answer a variety of questions. I mean, this will just take a few minutes, and you're going to write down a number of either 0 to 5. Enter 0 if the statement is never true about you, 1 if it is rarely true, 2 if it is sometimes true, 3 if it is often true, and 4 if it is usually true, and 5 if it is always true. Try to be objective as possible. And then what you're going to do after this, you may even just want to be able to like write this out as like an algebraic equation if it makes sense to you. The score for the alchemy quiz is to add up the numbers you entered from questions 1 to 10. So 1 to 10, you're going to add those numbers up. And then you're going to add the numbers from 11 to 21, questions 11 to 21, you're going to add those up. So 1 to 10, that's one number. Questions 11 to 21, add those up to a separate number. And then you're going to subtract the total for questions 0 from the total for questions, the total for the questions 1 to 10 from the total for the questions 11 to 21. So the first group, you're going to do, that's going to be the top number on your equation minus the second group of number on your equations. And that's going to kind of give you some sort of base score. If you score, and again, this is all subjective, this is just like for fun, right? If you scored 0 to 7, you are likely still in the calcination phase of your personal alchemy and need to take certain steps, etc., towards being able to break free from materialistic viewpoint. And if you scored between 8 to 15, you're more in the desolation phase. And if your score is 16 to 22, then you're more in the separation. And if your score is 23 to 30, you're in the conjunction. And scores in the lower range of 31 to 40, you're in the fermentation. And scores 41 to 48, that is where you're in the distillation as well. So if that didn't make sense to you, I'll explain just the math as we do this afterwards. But again, even just for this is literally just something to kind of give you a little bit of a gauge. And quite frankly, I'm kind of interested in it. I'm going to go back and just sit with this myself, but I'll just focus on facilitating it for now for you guys. So, okay, here's the questions. You guys ready for this? Thumbs up if you guys ready for this little tiny alchemy quiz, as this is called. Okay, so question number 1. And for those of you just listening, you can just think this in your head. Don't even worry about adding it up if you don't want to, but that's all right. Question 1. If someone cuts you off or drives too slow while I'm driving, I curse at them or try to get even. I'll read it again. If someone cuts me off me off or drives too slow while driving, I curse at them to try and get even. So again, we'll try to be objective. It is kind of like this idea that, like, yes, when you're answering the 5 numbers, that's usually leaning more towards this idea of kind of like shifting into a more heart-centered consciousness. So just try to be honest with yourself. Number 2, the harder I try to accomplish something, the more obstacles get in my way. The harder I try to accomplish something, the more obstacles get in my way. 0 being never true, 5 being always true. Go ahead and take a moment there. Number 3. During my free time, I have a hard time finding something to do. And again, even just what I said earlier, how like the 5s are what like those are the good numbers. No, not always. Apparently not, because every question's kind of different. During my free time, I have a hard time finding something to do. Is that never true? Sometimes true? Usually true? Always true? 0 being never, 5 being always. Number 4, we're just going to move through this pretty smoothly. When I first meet people, I judge them by how good looking or well dressed they are. When I first meet people, I judge them by how good looking or how well dressed they are. Take a moment to think about that and be like, let me think about that. Number 5, my dreams are about things that happen to me during the day. My dreams are about things that happen to me during the day. Number 6. While people are talking to me, I think about what my response will be or how to change the subject to something that interests me. While people are talking to me, I think about what my response will be or how to change the subject to something that interests me. So again, it's kind of that balance. Are you present and listening, or are you listening just with the intention to respond, right? So each one kind of reflects a different state of consciousness. Number 7, I have a hard time throwing stuff away and put up with a lot of clutter. I have a hard time throwing stuff away and put up with a lot of clutter. Number 8, I like to watch the home shopping networks or prefer that sales staff assist me when I go shopping for something. That's a very particular question. I like to watch the home shopping networks or prefer that sales staff assist me when I go shopping for something. So do you like people helping you with buying things, or are you more independent? Number 9, I enjoy arguing with other people about politics, race, or religion. Good God. Like some people are literally like, yes, I enjoy arguing with people about politics, race, and religion. Like, what the frick, man? There's 2 different realities, right? Like, this is crazy. But again, it's all different points along the same, along a bigger spectrum. And again, that spectrum is consciousness, really, if you're measuring it that simply. Number 10, I can't help getting my feelings hurt when people tease me or make insensitive comments. I can't help getting my feelings hurt when people tease me or make insensitive comments. So again, that gives you a chance to be able to reflect, be like, am I taking things personally all the time? Sometimes? Am I able to see where the message was coming from? Could I meet that insult with compassion, right? So again, I can't help get my feelings hurt when people tease me or make insensitive comments. Number 11, I flirt with no intention of getting involved or flip through magazine pictures for pictures of people that turn me on. So again, relating even just to, again, the carnal lust aspects and that relationship to your consciousness. I flirt with no intention of getting involved or flip through magazines looking for pictures of people that turn me on. Number 12, we're almost there. Halfway through. When I'm depressed, I like to be alone and resent it when people try to cheer me up with parties or going out. When I'm depressed, I like to be alone and resent it when people try to cheer me up with parties or going out. So again, that's kind of 2 questions in once though, because it's like, when I'm depressed, I do like to be alone, but I don't resent it if people cheer me up. So I don't know, that one's kind of tricky. Might just be one that you just put 3 if anything. Yeah, some of these are very specific, right? Okay, number 13, I have no problem expressing myself in front of strangers or large groups of people. So again, that's kind of reflecting, like, like, is there a voice inside your head that's saying, oh, you're not good enough, you can't do this, or just, oh, people are going to judge me, or you're just like, hey, this is fun, and I'm a little bit more in that place of play. Number 14, I keep a journal of inspirational thoughts or carry a list of personal guidelines in my purse or wallet. I keep a journal of inspirational thoughts or carry a list of personal guidelines in my purse or wallet. Or even, like, I guess a modern day interpretation of that is I save inspirational meme quotes. Like, is that what we're doing basically, right? Like, it's kind of the same thing. So you could modify that in a way that makes sense to you. Number 16, I am very good in an emergency but fall apart afterwards. I am very good in an emergency but fall apart afterwards. Never true, sometimes true, always true. 0 to 5, 0 being never true, 5 being always true. Number 17, almost there. I get great joy from just being home alone and organizing my room. I get great joy from just being home alone and organizing my room. Hashtag clean your damn room. That's just going to be like the theme every episode. Next week's podcast is on the spiritual wisdom of cleaning your goddamn room. Anyways, number 18. I can get so involved in a book or movie that I unintentionally ignore people when they talk to me. That's interesting. I'll read that again. I can get so involved in a book or movie that I unintentionally ignore people when they talk to me. I feel like that's like, because it's funny, because it's just like the slight difference of that is like, no, I get so involved with movies that I intentionally ignore people when they try to talk to me. It's just like, screw off, like come back later. Like I'm not done my Lord of the Rings marathon yet. So anyways, number 19. I feel like we're on a game show here. If I really want something but don't try too hard to get it, things have a way of just falling into place. If I really want something but don't try too hard to get it, things always have a way of just falling into place. So again, kind of relating to your relationship to the concept of surrendering or trusting. Number 20, one more after this. I feel there is a guiding presence inside of me, though I don't like to talk about it because it cheapens it. I feel there is a guiding presence inside of me, though I don't like to talk about it because it cheapens it. Yeah, that's interesting, right? Because I'm sure for a lot of us, we're like, no, I do feel there is a guiding presence inside of me, and talking about it actually enriches it, you know? So, number 21, last one. I experience strange or distorted bodily sensations when I'm falling asleep or waking up. I experience strange or distorted bodily sensations when I am falling asleep or waking up. So again, that's kind of going back to this idea that you're at those stages where you're starting to like create that second body. The astral body falling asleep may commonly result in experiences where your body's falling asleep, your consciousness is awake, and you're aware of things such as the early stages of astral projection or sleep paralysis or just subtle sensations as well. So okay, team, so go ahead. If you want to add those up now, you can. I'll just kind of chat in the background. So again, take the scores from questions 1 to 10 and add those up now. And then you're going to take the scores from questions 11 to 21, and then you're going to add those up. And then your score is going to be when you subtract the total for the questions from numbers 1 to 10 from the total for questions 11 to 21. So group A, 1 to 10, group B, 11 to 21, A minus B equals your score, if that makes sense. So, and any negative score should be interpreted as 0 if anybody here gets a negative score somehow. So, cool. Well, if you guys are able to add those up over the next minute, please go ahead and do that. And if you would like to be able to share in the chat, you're more than welcome to. You're welcome to keep that personal. You're welcome to add it up and share it a little bit later. But again, based on this very, again, you know, like there's obviously some credence to this, but obviously it's just a general kind of like way of being able to maybe perhaps see where you're at if you resonated with the test. 0 to 7 is the calcination stage of your transformation. 8 to 15, the dissolution. 16 to 22 is the separation. 23 to 30 is the conjunction. 31 to 40 is the beginning of the fermentation. 41 to 48 is the distillation. And 49 to 55 is the coagulation. If anybody wants to be able to share any of their scores, please feel free to do that. But I thought that was just kind of like a neat little way just to be able to, again, kind of now that we've talked all about this, doing this test holds like a little bit of a different context and some value in there, just to be able to, you know, see how you just respond to those questions, and maybe your number may be, maybe it may give you some insight. Maybe like, oh wow, okay, cool, this actually gives me a little bit of a road mark, like a map where I am on my words. I'm getting tired here. Anyways, okay, let's get closer up. That's my cue. So okay, sweet. Yeah, so again, adding up 1 to 10, adding up 11 to 22, 21, and then subtract the first group from the second group and whatever number you had there at the end. If anybody wants to share the numbers, go ahead and let us know. Does anybody here, like, I'll take a moment just to breathe here and we'll get into meditation in a second. Any thoughts on that, guys? Anybody want to share their numbers or anything? Does that test feel like it's somewhat giving some valuable information in any way? Kat, you got a number out of that? Cool, awesome, sweet, cool. Kristen, did that test make sense to you? Yeah, cool, it did. Cool, awesome, sweet. And again, like honestly, straight up, like your answers should be personal. So like I'm not telling you to add them up and share it. If you want to, you're welcome to, but I think whatever number you get is personal, because again, at the end of the day, we're not here to compare. This isn't about anybody being better or worse or anything. This is about being able to honor the fact that we're all at different points of our journey, and just being able to honor where we are and support each other as a community. So cool. Question number 13, Ashley, I'll just reread those real quick. Question number that's 3 questions there. Ashley, if you can go back and check out the recording, you can do that as well, and then just jump back into the live. But hopefully everybody else got it there as well. So, okay, cool. Yeah, if anybody else missed it, sorry, you can just go back and check that out. Cool. Maybe I'll post a screenshot for that in the Discord afterwards, and then you guys can do that on your own time as well. Okay. Anybody else just have any closing thoughts before we move into a quick little meditation and wrap it up? And bonus points to each and every single one of you. You guys have stayed on throughout this entire thing. Sorry, did somebody have something else to add? Just checking in, I wasn't sure. Okay, Mollie does. Gleb, you did too. Go ahead, Gleb. Yep.
My score was 2020, so it's equal.
Oh, cool. 0. Oh, okay, cool. That's cool. Awesome. All right, Mollie, did you want to jump in with? Is Kristen? Are you saying goodbye, or is that Kristen? Do you want to just say goodbye real quick? Go ahead, Kristen. I'll pass it over to Mollie.
I actually just wanted, David Fitzsoul Wizard came over and he wanted to share some of his thoughts. So I was going to share my space to allow him to put his final closing thoughts into the chat. But I will just put in there, absolutely, like, show up from your heart space, come from a place of love, and keep an open mind in all aspects. And you will just be so surprised at how far you can go. So that's what I have to say. Here's my wonderful brother, David.
Awesome. Go ahead.
Hey guys, I just wanted to say thank you so much for all the wisdom and everything that you shared tonight. Alchemy is not exactly something that I'm totally new to, but it's not something that I've done a whole lot of more recent experience or delving into. And the main message that just kept coming through to me over and over again is the more I learn that I have so much more to learn. So thank you all again so much for all your presentations tonight. Again, greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, David. Thank you, Kristen, as well. All right, you're logging off then, Kristen? Was that my understanding? Or
no, I'm good to
okay, cool.
finish the meditation. So.
Okay, cool, sweet. We're almost done. It's gonna be a swift meditation to wrap things up. Gleb, you already shared what you wanted to share. I guess that's okay. Cool. Mollie, I'll pass it over to you. Mollie, go ahead, Mollie. Anything, closing thoughts, and anything else?
I just wanted to come back and say thank you to this community and to those who are tuning in the present moment, in the future moment, to those who I'm looking at your faces in the Zoom. I truly feel the love, and we are so much stronger than we were even just 3 hours ago. Like, what a transformation of healing. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Mollie. Yeah, congratulations, team. Like, woot, 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 as we wrap things up here. Yeah. Transformations. What it's all about. Like, seriously, like, this is what we need to, this is, as conscious media creators, as spiritual people who are sharing our truth and speaking our thing, let's make personal transformation cool. You know, like that's what we're doing it. We're already doing it, right? And we're encouraging other people to do it too. So awesome. Good job, everyone. Okay, last double check before we move into the meditation, and then after the meditation, we'll just kind of any final closing things, but other than that, we'll wrap it up. So let's go into the meditation then. All right, everybody, just get nice and comfortable. This is just to be able to close off the space, and going back to the meditation we did at the beginning, we're going to quickly visualize ourselves sitting in that circle again, and yeah, just bringing ourselves back to that heart space and gratitude. So very, very simple meditation that we normally do as a part of our broadcast to be able to conclude things here. So get yourself nice and comfortable. Grab a drink of water if you need it. Excuse me. I'm just going to cough here. Okay. And let's get ready to conclude with our meditation. When you're ready, gently close your eyes. Begin connecting with your breath. Soft, gentle inhales and soft, gentle exhales. And maybe your breath feels a little bit different now. Maybe you feel more connected to it, more aware of what it is. A bigger part of this alchemical transformation, bringing in new energy, honoring the new energy that we've breathed into ourselves that we breathed into our story, into our tribe, into our community. Gently breathing here, straightening up your spine, opening up your chest, relaxing your face if you wish, and going back to that heart space, just reminding ourselves once again of the gratitude that we have both for ourselves and the community and the messages and the wisdom and everybody who's listening to this in the future, and not just listening, but embodying, receiving and integrating and actualizing and carrying this wisdom forward with you as you continue to live the life of the alchemist, to live the life of this soul knowledge, and to be able to help assist with the collective transformation that we are taking part in together. Returning to that visualization of all of us sitting in this beautiful circle, wherever you're imagining us in this moment, gently put your hands on your chest, just looking around and just seeing everybody here. You can put your hands on your chest if you want, it's optional, whatever you're comfortable with. Just seeing these beautiful faces and just thanking them, honoring them, expressing gratitude. And in this moment, we'll gently just imagine all of us standing up, and we'll all just come together here for a nice big group hug. And so you can gently just wrap your arms around yourself if you want. Give yourself a little bit of a hug, and then the special thing you can do right here is just add a little bit of a gentle sway to your body. So very gentle sway left and right, back and forth, naturally just feeling this rhythm that if we were physically hugging in a group hug right now, like this is what would happen. We'd find ourselves just kind of synchronizing with the rhythm. So just feel that gentle sway and just feel that hug. Maybe you're in the middle of the hug, maybe you're on the edge. And as we do this, just taking a moment here, I want you to be able to connect with your heart, express moments of gratitude, and similar to what we did at the beginning, find even just one phrase of empowerment, of kindness, of gratitude for the community that you would like to be able to say and share, and afterwards you can type that into the chat. So just listen here, connect with your heart, connect with your spirit, connect with the collective spirit, and just connect here for another few moments in your own silence as you get ready to just be able to reflect and move into this concluding part of today's podcast. So go ahead, take a moment, connect with your heart. What message of gratitude and kindness would you like to share with everybody here and the collective? Go ahead. Just taking another few breaths here. Take your time. When you're ready, gently you can release your arms if you haven't already yet. And just looking around at everyone and just taking a moment here. Maybe you want to go and give some individual hugs to any of the speakers who are on air tonight, the fellow leading members, or anybody else that you feel called to just be able to connect with in this moment, expressing your gratitude. Feel free to come up and say hello to me, share a hug with me if you wish. Again, I thank you as always for showing up and for being a part, being such a special part within this community and team. Each and every single one of us, so important that we're here. And so slowly from here, as we get ready to gently begin to transition our awareness back to our physical body, we'll just kind of finish it off with a little bit of some deep inhales and exhales with some nice big sighs. And then we'll finish it off with a little bit of a wolf howl. So deep inhale together. Exhale, nice big sigh, release. Do another one of those, bringing awareness back to your physical body. Inhale again. Exhale, nice big release, sigh. Seeing this image of everybody gathered here together and just kind of moving into this gentle space of celebration. Gently open your eyes, return your awareness to the space around you, and conclude together here gently. Everybody, you guys can gently unmute your microphones if you wish. Doing a little bit of a wolf howl just to be able to move this energy and make some noise and celebrate and send some love. Good job, team. Deep inhale together, or just go into it. Yeah, that's cool too. Beautiful. Awesome. Good job, team. And gently with that said, bringing your awareness back to the space around you. You can just do like a little bit of a shake. If you've been sitting down, make sure you go stand up, stretch, exercise, get some fresh air, drink some water, eat some food, go rest, lie down, maybe even do some journaling as well following this. So any messages that you had for the collective, please feel free to leave those into the chat. And my message that came through for me, and even if anybody here wants to share their message, just as a final thing to wrap up on, my message that came through for me, that was like my message for the collective, was transformation is the name of the game, and you're here to win. That was my message. So I don't know. I thought it sounded kind of cool. So but anyways, here, anybody else want to share any message that came through in the YouTube chat? Go ahead and leave those comments. Anybody else here? Do you want to, Gleb? What came through for you? Go ahead.
Remember to hum.
Remember to important. Yes. Remember to hum. Beautiful. Awesome. Thank you, Gleb. Anybody else want to? If anything came through in particular, Kaci, go ahead. Yep.
Mine's actually really funny. It's the song "Stay Gold" from BTS.
Okay.
Yeah, that's really good.
Is there like a lyric to it, or?
Oh gosh, it's mostly like Korean and English.
Okay, cool. But there's obviously some kind of message to it, right?
That's yeah.
Cool. Okay, I'll have to go listen to BTS now. So, okay, thanks, Kaci. Okay, anybody else just before we get ready to wrap it up? Okay, cool. Okay. Thank you again, everyone, so much. And so again, just adding a conclusion to this topic, what did we learn today? We learned so much about alchemy, but even still, we're still just scratching the surface on a lot of things as well. So we talked a little bit about how, again, this comes from ancient Egypt. Maybe it came from Atlantis and Lemuria and Hollow Earth, maybe. But again, this is kind of the wisdom of spirit itself, actualized into a teaching that can be passed down through the ages. It has, again, been known as the great work, the great mysteries. And again, within this, there's the 3 primes: sulfur, mercury, and salt, the 4 elements: fire, water, air, earth, the 7 metals ruled by the planetary signs: gold, sun, silver, moon; copper, Venus; iron, Mars; tin, Jupiter; Mercury, lead, Saturn; and the transformation processes that we learned about earlier: calcination, dissolution, separation, conjunction, fermentation, distillation, and coagulation. So maybe you didn't really understand what those were when we started this, but now by the end of it, now that you've listened and you've integrated, and even just again continue to maybe write out or journal, allow yourself to embody this and be like, okay, I actually understand these things a little bit more. And now you'll start to see them within your reality, within the collective, within the microcosm, within the macrocosm. And again, see this as a roadmap to be able to help alchemize things within our daily life, and to be able to alchemize things within our personal journey, to be able to move into becoming, again, what was the exact phrase, the fully realized and enlightened soul, to be able to return and realize our true nature and divinity. So beautiful. Awesome. Thank you again, everyone, so much for being a part of this broadcast. Next week's podcast, stay tuned. I haven't fully decided. I actually have to meditate on this a little bit more. It's either going to be a dream class or something else, but I feel like dream class would be appropriate, so I just need to be able to sit on that a little bit more. But other than that, the week after that, the topic is going to be like something related to kind of like spirit, paranormal things. It's going to kind of be like related to that. And then on the next day after that, unless I decide to change the schedule, that's going to be our like Halloween party type thing. So that'll be cool. So that's the one. It's like the Thursday before Halloween. Get your costumes ready, dress up, we'll come here, we'll vibe out, we'll dance together, and it'll be another awesome time to level up here as community. So quick closing notes, be sure to check the links in the YouTube info for all the links to all the creators featured on tonight's podcast as leading members. For those of you on Spotify, you can find the YouTube link in the info for this video. Follow Paradigm Shift Radio on Spotify or on iTunes. Join the team Discord chat if you haven't already yet. Links for that is in the YouTube info. And also you can check out the Patreon. And again, join on the Patreon, either just to be able to say like, yo, I love what this community is doing and I want to be able to support. And also to be able to join as a leading member when you join join at the $11 level, which gives you additional perks to help support you through your journey as a conscious media creator, as we continue to share our collective story, as we continue to, again, invite other people to be able to see themselves as a hero within their own journeys of alchemical transformation. You can find me on Instagram and TikTok at Mystic Spider-Man. Make sure you're subscribed here, and please feel free to share this episode with your friends if you enjoyed it, and even post and retag on Instagram stories if you wish. And stay tuned, and we'll be back here again for Thursday 8 p.m. EST for another episode. And I appreciate and thank you all so much, and good job, team. And let's get ready to wrap this up, as I just set things up to be able to switch into panel view, and then we'll just bring out the closing music, and we'll finish off with one more transformational wolf howl. So for everybody here, thanking everyone so much once again, switching over into panel view mode. Let's make some noise. Thanking everyone so much again. We love you guys. Keep it shifty. We'll see you in the future.
Love you.
You got this. Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone. For those of you in the chat, just put your microphones on mute, switching over to the outro graphic. As always, keep it shifty, and welcome to the future. Go team, go. Much love. Special thank you to Danny Leonardo, whose music is featured at the beginning and end of this podcast. Be sure to check out more of Danny's work in the YouTube info below. Thank you, Danny.